Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing,
We were
testing,
having a
1, 2,
discussion
3.
just before you come in about this whole situation, and it was agreed that as soon as we get through with this thing, we'll attempt to evaluate the total situation. And you've got a copy of the questionnaire that we put together. We've had a chance to kind of fairly look it over. I don't think there's much point in me reading each individual question to you. I'll just simply ask you to respond to question number so and so.
Fine.
Okay.
Whatever pleases you.
First, let me say, Mr. Cochran, we appreciate your presence here this morning. We look forward to having a frank discussion here with you this morning. And we'll try to move along as fast as we can and yet give you sufficient time to respond, keeping in mind that we have some other folks to talk to today. We're going to spend the whole day talking to senatorial candidates. Your competitor in the Republican primary is going to follow you, by the way, Mr. Pickering. Congressman, the first question, of course, is we know what that is. You're the present congressman from the 4th District. So I guess that speaks for itself. Be not necessary for you to respond to that unless you'd like to.
Well, I think, as most of you know, I never was involved actively in politics before I became a candidate in 1972 for the House of Representatives seat that was vacated by the retirement of Charlie Griffin. And I was elected in that year and have been re-elected on 2 subsequent occasions with over 70% of the popular vote in this district. I'd like to say that I appreciate your lack of opposition to my re-election in 1976. I felt that was tantamount to an endorsement by the COPE committee that I met with. Mr. Woodson, I know, was a member of the group that met here in the same room on that occasion. And I've had some problems with the organized labor political support in the past. Tom can remember a difficulty we got into in 1972, which I've had a hard time forgetting, when the COPE committee endorsed either Walter Brown or Ellis Beaudron before the primary vote was held and before I had responded to a questionnaire that had just been received. And I got the impression that because I was running as a Republican, I was counted out. And I'm, of course, very glad to see that as it turned out, I was elected in 72 and can certainly understand the position of the committee that year. At the outset, and before going into detail on all the questions, which I'll be perfectly willing to discuss in any detail that you wish, I hope that you will consider carefully keeping an open mind about any endorsement in this campaign. I would very much like to have the endorsement of the COPE committee or this council or any local organized unions that are affiliates of the AFL-CIO, wherever they may be located in Mississippi. And I think that my record of aggressive representation of the people's views of this state and being sensitive to needs throughout the state of Mississippi and having a background which makes me familiar with the geographical locations in North Mississippi where I was born and started to school, and in rural central Mississippi where I basically finished my grammar school and high school education, and with relatives down in Perry County where my father came from, rural area there, poor dirt farmers scratching out a living. I think I'm sympathetic with the views of poor folk in this state and the problems that we have, although sometimes I'm referred to as the senatorial candidate from Jackson. I'm 40 years old, but I've spent only 7 years of that lifetime in Jackson practicing law. I don't have anything against Jackson, don't misunderstand me, but I do have a background that is basically rural in nature and familiar with the small towns and communities of the state, and I appreciate being invited here, and I appreciate you're not making an endorsement before you've had a chance to talk with all the candidates. I think this is a healthy step forward for your council to take. I welcome the opportunity to talk with you, and I would appreciate your support.
Well, you've answered the last question.
I know, I'm sorry I started in that fashion. I saw
Quite
that
well.
was the
We
last
had a little
question.
discussion before you got here. Perhaps we ought to raise that question first.
we
You
talk-
could save a lot of conversation
Well, that's
with
right.
some of these candidates if you just ask them that.
Well, you got off to a very good start, Mr. Cochran. Let me say this, if this might make you feel better, considering the fact that you are a Republican. From my point of view, you've got a better voting record than some of our Democrats.
Yeah, I know it.
So maybe that might make you feel a little bit better. We do consider ourselves nonpartisan, and in terms of the senatorial contest this morning, this organization is wide open. We'll be talking with all the candidates today, the major candidates that is. We'll be trying to evaluate the situation. We'll be having a convention in the early part of May, at which time we'll take a look at the situation and perhaps make a decision. We don't know that as of this morning where we are. That's the reason for these interviews. And you're the first, by the way.
That's good. Thank you.
All right, would you like to respond to the question number 2?
This is the labor law reform
Right.
bill that has already passed the House and
Right.
is pending in the Senate and subject really to a filibuster over there. We don't know how a vote on cloture is going to come out. I presume they're going to dispose of that legislation during this session of the Congress.
No, sir.
As you know, I voted against the bill when it was in the House. I voted for some amendments and against some amendments that were offered to it. Particularly, I supported some liberalizing amendments, but then voted against the bill on final passage. It was not my intention to straddle the fence on the bill. I had long held the opinion, and still do, that there is a delicate balance between the legal rights and legal positions under the National Labor Relations Act between management and organized labor. I'm not, by that vote, saying that I'm going to continue to oppose either this legislation or any similar legislation. I think I'll reserve the right to make a decision on the bills as they come up and after hearing the debate and the discussion on the bills. But I frankly didn't feel that the passage of the legislation would be in the best interest of either organized labor or the nation's economy generally, for the reason that it would probably cause work stoppages that might result in more confrontation rather than cooperation, and that it would not necessarily resolve the problems that collective bargaining has to fully assert its rights.
What's our concern on this thing is, over a period of years, we've had a new profession developed in this country, and lives of lawyers that are making a filthy fortune and circumventing the intent of the law, delaying tactics. We get a majority of people signed up, indicating they want a union, and we'll be lucky if 6 or 7 years later this matter is resolved, and we usually wind up in the courts. And
That's unfortunate.
Right.
I'm opposed to that. The J.P. Stevens example is a
Yeah.
classic of how the law can be misused
right,
to deprive workers of the right to bargain collectively and deprive them the right of selecting a bargaining agent. And that's despicable, and I'm opposed to that. I don't think this bill would meet that problem. I know that the bill would require recognition of an agent if he secured signatory cards of over 50% of the membership. You know, and I know. I see it happen on the floor of the House of Representatives every day. Somebody comes along to me and says, look, I'm writing a letter to the president to protest the decision he made about something in Ethiopia. How about signing it for me? We just send it over there, and we want to get on the record that he ought to take another look at this decision. Well, this fellow's probably a friend of mine, or he did something for me last week, and I'm busy, and I sign it, and he goes on. I can see where that kind of selection process could be misused, not only to the detriment of the bargaining process, but to workers who might not know what they're doing. They might not have the full facts before them. This fellow may be a charlatan that's getting the cards up. He may not be the kind of representative that worker really wants in the long run. I think that without more, that's a bad part of that bill. On the other hand, the NLRB, I think, has misused the procedural aspects of the act to foment litigation rather than prevent litigation. And I'm opposed to that, but I think there are probably ways to require decisions on a certain timetable, decision on representation, a scheduling of an election without delay, a more expeditious handling of unfair labor practice claims on the part of both the workers or the union representative and management too. So we don't have those delays. And I think there are other ways to do the job, and I would support efforts to refine and streamline the procedural aspects of handling both elections for the selection of a bargaining agent and disposing of unfair labor practice claims.
Well, I'd like to comment on Congressman, I don't know if you're aware of it, but very near here, we've had a situation going for 4 years, Crystal Springs to be exact, in your district, I believe. We won an election there 4 years ago this June. I've had about 70-something meetings with this company trying to get a contract, and 3 weeks ago we went out on strike down there. This was after we'd been to the labor board twice on unfair labor practice charges, refusal to bargain, which the labor board said the company was guilty of. We still ain't got a contract, and there's no penalty or no teeth in the law to make them do anything except to sit there and talk and never decide anything.
I don't think,
And that's right here at home. You don't have to go hunt J.P. Stevens up in Carolina. And the lawyers handling that's not even this state, Little Rock, Arkansas. And they've made a fortune off of it, and the people still don't have representation. When they voted clearly in the labor board election under the present rules that they wanted a union.
I don't think we disagree at all with the fallacies in the current law. It's maybe a difference of opinion as to how best to improve the situation. I sympathize with your position and agree that there can be improvements made.
Mr. Jackson, incidentally, Congressman, is the state director of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers. That's the union that's involved with J.P. Stevens.
It's the same union.
They have a large membership in Mississippi, and they've had a lot of bad experiences here in the state with this particular problem we're talking about. Curtis Orman there is a representative for the Boilermakers Union. He's done a lot of organizing, and we got a situation over in Starksville that he's been involved in for how many years, Curtis?
3 years.
You might want to elaborate on that with him a little.
I think the whole trouble is, and maybe we don't need to take too much time, but we need to let the candidates know what's going on, like James says, right here, not in North Carolina. We got enough problems right here in Mississippi, and that's what we're concerned with. I organized this place in Starkville over 3 years ago, went through the process of, and won, although the company violated the National Labor Relations Act, I believe 28 times during the campaign. This is the issued complaint by the NLRB, and 26 of them were upheld. Firing people, laying people off, and everything else. And those people still do not have. We've been on strike twice, both times unfair labor strikes, and both times they were ruled unfair labor strikes. And we still, you talk about the people not knowing what they're signing, they must know what they're signing, they're still backing. And we still do not have a contract. They've got it tied up in the courts, and we don't know when it's going to get out of the courts. This is not helping. You say you're from a rural area. This is not helping people that were making. When the minimum wage was raised, there's a 17, I believe, in that plant got a raise out of the minimum wage raise. And that shows you how bad they are. The company is they won't say that they ain't able to pay. If that was the case, you could understand something, but they're making money hand over foot, or they would say that they would.
Problem is
So,
the lack of penalty is one.
I would support a
happened?
penalty. I would support a penalty provision in there and feel like it's justified.
I'd just like to give you some insight into it, and I know this happened because I've been told by management it does. What happens is when we go in and organize, and it's not an easy job, especially in this atmosphere, we go in and we get the people together, and the company, all they do is pick out our leaders and fire them just like that. And they say they know it's against the law, but hell said we can fire those 3 and they'll stay tied up
Well,
in
that ought
court.
not be permitted, and I would support an amendment to the National Labor Relations Act, which would require reinstatement, plus back pay, plus penalties.
Yeah,
Whether
but
it's
see-
double damages to the agent, or double damages to the employee, or however it could be devised so that the employer would be penalized and wouldn't engage
friend of mine that's a manager. He he knew his plant was going to be organized, so he called in these lawyers, and like James says, they're always from out of state or
I understand.
so forth. And he fires these people. Even he says, even if we have to pay down the road for 6 years, say 3 people, 6 years pay, they probably gonna get them another job, and we'll just have to pay the difference is all we'll have to pay, and sometimes it's just 50 to 80% of what they lost. We've beat the union.
Well,
When
it's
you
clearly
filed it-
in the bill, it's clearly in the law now that you can't lay off a fire fella for collective bargaining activity.
I agree.
And
I agree with you there.
And that ought to be enforced.
But
And
once
if the procedure,
Yes, ma'am.
if the procedures aren't in place to enforce that, put teeth in it,
they,
and make it work like it's written, then it ought to be changed in that respect.
I'll assure you, and I can back it up with figures and proof that it's not in there. In fact, they use it to make money off of it. And that's just as simple. The companies use the law to make money off of it. They defeat the union, and yes, they have to pay a little money out back, but they've defeated the union what they set out to do, even if it goes through this lengthy process and they have to pay something, which most of the time they get out of. But they have defeated the union. Then they took the leaders of that group and fired them, and they scared the others to death.
Yeah.
Well, he's answered our question, I
Yeah.
think. I mean, I think he's been forthright on his feelings on this matter, and we're now assuming if he's in the Senate and the labor reform bill has not passed, and we have to come in again with legislation, and he'd give some serious thought to putting some penalties in existing law for these type of violations. Have I understood you correctly?
That's correct.
I'd just like to mention 2 other cases that hits this point right on the head. One of them is the Darlington Mills case, which was a textile plant. They fired people over 20 years ago, and not one penny of that money has ever been paid. It's still in the courts. The next famous case was also with our union in Rudder-Rex, and that case started in the 1950s, and all that money has not been paid yet. And it may be a violation of the law, but their grandchildren may get the money, but they never will. And that's what we'd like to stop.
I agree with you that ought to be stopped.
Let's see if we can move. We'll be using up his competitor's time here directly tonight. Jeff.
He wouldn't care, would he?
How about the next one there, Mr. Cochran, on the public employee situation? Have you give that
I
one a
haven't
thought?
made any final decision about how I would vote on legislation like that. You know, our Education and Labor Committee in the House has had under consideration a proposal to extend the coverage or protection of the National Labor Relations Act to public employees in particular. It has not come to the floor for a vote since I've been there, and I don't know what the chances are of the committee reporting that out. I frankly feel like that it's difficult to consider public employees all in one category for the purposes of the National Labor Relations Act. I would prefer giving careful consideration to federal government employees bargaining collectively. We have postal workers unions right now who are working in behalf of the employees, and while there are different rules that apply to them than apply to others, I would keep an open mind as it relates to our letter carriers and postal workers unions. I'm a little worried about giving the right to strike to those engaged in services, public services, which actually relate to health and safety of our citizens. Here in the city of Jackson, you may know that we've been through, the city government has, round and round, you've been involved in it, of course, and my brother is now involved in it since he's a city commissioner, about fire and policeman unions. I think they've developed an environment of cooperation and mutual trust and respect now which is enviable. Many cities in the country are crippled because of confrontation between public service employees and city government officials. And where we can, sit down and talk in a way that shows we want to be fair in professional pay for professional jobs done, this is the way we ought to go about it. And I don't know that, that encouraging confrontation through new legislation is necessarily the answer in every case. Farm workers, in the case of farm workers, I'm trying to remember whether we've had a vote on that in the House or not since I've been up there. I think we may have,
I don't think so.
but I don't know. I can't remember it.
I don't think so.
And I would take a look at that and have an open mind on it, and would rather at this point to withhold judgment until such time as that's presented and I have a chance to hear the debate on it and fully consider it. But I wouldn't say at this point that I would vote against it.
You'd have an open mind. What's the next one on the common situs picketing?
Well, we've already voted on that, and you probably know that I voted against common situs picketing. I viewed that as a legalization of a secondary boycott, which has been traditionally prohibited in the National Labor Relations Act. I don't know what else I can say. You know how I voted on it, and I suppose that it's. I guess it'll come back again. It may not. I don't know.
Well, of course, we feel that construction unions being discriminated against in this situation, the reason we support it, but let's get on down to the next one, on C,
I would.
14B.
I would not vote to repeal Section 14B.
And what about the rest of the question there?
I'm not
The
familiar with that proposition, the agency shop
Let me
provision. Tell me what that is.
Let me see if I can explain it to you. Under the law, under the National Labor Relations Act, unions, once they win bargaining rights, have to represent all of the employees in the bargaining unit. The right to work state, we have freeloaders that receive the benefits we negotiate for without paying any dues. Then in some cases, these freeloaders come to the union for representation, and we've had several cases where our unions have had to spend several $1,000s in representing these people, all the way to arbitration. And what the agency shop provision would do would provide us with a vehicle to negotiate a service fee with a company where these people would have to pay for the services they receive. That's what we're really talking about.
Required a state law though within the
Yeah.
state to bring that about.
We're not too sure about how it would fit in with the so-called right to work law at this point. If
Does any state have that right now?
Yeah.
yeah, we've got
quite
it
a
in
few
several
of them.
states. Yeah.
We just
It's
don't think,
permissible.
Indiana,
As I
isn't it?
understand. Excuse
What'd
me.
you say?
I believe Indiana,
Indiana
agency
has-
shop,
yeah.
place of,
Right.
everybody refers to it as a closed shop, but it's.
I would
it's
oppose,
agency shop.
I would oppose legislation at the federal level which would take away from the state the right to have agency shop laws. And as far as and I would also oppose, though I think on the same basis, federal legislation that would require states to have it, to make it mandatory at the federal level.
We don't necessarily want it mandatory, we just want the right to bargain
Yeah.
for it. And
Since that's a matter of state law, it's up to the states now. I would
It's
not
a-
change that relationship.
it's a federal law, part of the National Labor Relations Act, that we have to represent the non-members. And if we don't represent them just like they do in the members, then this is a violation of federal law, and that's one time the NLRB will enforce something.
Well, at the same time, this is one of those permissive relationships, I think, on the National Labor Relations Act, just like Section 14B. The states may or may not enact legislation to alter the right to bargain or the right to
union security.
yeah, right, to protect the security of unions. And I'm in favor of maintaining the same provisions in the federal law that we have now, which does continue to leave that up to the states.
Okay, let's get on
Would
to
you,
the next one.
would you be willing to offer something that would, amend it, whereas, our members would not have to spend their dues money defending the guy in arbitration that was a non-member. See, if we go to arbitration, it costs about $1,000 in dues paid money. And if some individual that don't belong to the union, and most times, these are the guys that stays in worse trouble because they're deadbeats. Anybody that don't join the organization to help them, usually the company's trying to run them off because they got a bad work record, bad absentee thing. And, would you be willing to say, hey, look, you know, you don't have to spend your dues money defending that guy?
I'm not sure that that would be appropriate for the federal law to be changed in that way. I think that it would be more
Supreme Court.
appropriate for the state law.
Supreme
changed
Court
to
ruled
permit
that, ruled that we had to.
Federal law now
United States
requires
Supreme
us to
Court.
represent them whether they ever become a member.
That's
or not.
right.
If state law doesn't enforce the agency shop provision in a state that hasn't elected to make that a part of the state law, protect the union.
Or
Well,
he
the
has
honest
or
way-
hadn't, you
honest
still
way-
gotta represent him.
Honest way you can change that is 14B, and you've already said you would vote against it.
No, the state legislature could make that provision, put that provision in place and protect union security. The federal law permits that to be a matter of choice among the states.
Okay, let's get on to D, on the, put unions on the antitrust law.
My answer to that is that I'd be opposed to, I'm finally glad you got to one where I could answer it right. I'd be opposed to
We
that.
got several on there.
I know, I saw them, I wish they were in the front, we'd get off to a better start.
I wanna come back to one question when this is over, I'll ask the
All
comment.
right, okay.
Yeah, I got to get back on one because of that telephone call I just had too.
All right, okay, well, we hope that we'll have that time. What about, question number 3 on the second page there?
I'm in favor of making appropriate changes that would keep us from losing jobs here in America to foreign countries. I think this is probably one of the most critical dangers that we face as a nation right now. It's not an easy area to propose a solution to either. We've got Buy America provisions, for instance, in legislation that I have supported. We have, of course, trade negotiators busy at work right now in the Far East and in Western Europe trying to develop a relationship where we can continue to sell our home-produced products in their markets. We know from experience that if we try to go too far in developing an attitude of isolation in terms of imports, there are reciprocal positions taken by those countries against buying our products, and we find ourselves coming back in some areas. But I'm distressed when we see companies like Zenith and others moving all their television manufacturing operations to Taiwan and to other countries, and we're losing jobs because of that. The shoe industry up in the East is in terrible shape, Midwest, terrible shape, and we can point to instances here in our own state where we've had losses of jobs because of exporting of our industries and plants to foreign countries. And I think we need to do what we can to reverse that trend. If you have any magic solutions to it, I'd be glad to discuss them with you and try to work in a cooperative way to help prevent that from continuing to occur.
I had just this year a plant in Meridian closed because of foreign imports on shirts. It put 250 people out of work forever, and that plant had been there over 40 years. And I'm now in the process of trying to get federal trade assistance for my members there. Hadn't been approved yet, I've applied for it. But one thing would be more stricter quotas on some of them importing countries. The quotas are set so high, by the time it all gets you, there's no jobs left in this country. Even the country that's got quotas, it's much too high.
Yeah. It's a problem that I recognize and sympathize with and be glad to work in a cooperative way to help solve it.
Mighty good. What about the next one on medical?
I'm in favor of the federal government putting into place at the earliest possible time, a program of assistance to citizens who cannot, through their own means, meet their health care needs as it relates to catastrophic and other serious illnesses. I don't think right now that we're in a position to put into place a program that would pay for every visit to the doctor or every visit to the dentist that everybody in our country has. I would favor a partnership between government and private industry, private business rather, in coming up with a program for national health insurance. Right now, as you know, Joe Califano is doing a survey and trying to come up with a specific proposal to submit to the president. He surveyed all members of Congress. He sent me a letter asking me to respond, just as he has to all other members of Congress, and I've tried to spend some time and thought on it and give him the benefit of what I thought we could do. And my suggestion was right now, since the lowest estimate for cost during the first year of a comprehensive national health insurance plan would be probably $30 to $50 billion, that we ought to set our sights on an experimental catastrophic illness program, and which would be funded from federal government in cooperation with private insurance industry. It would be much in the same way as Medicaid and Medicare is presently administered, with the patient paying a certain percentage of the cost and the government subsidizing for the balance, and but having it administered through private insurance companies.
What about in the area where the person is not able to pay that percentage of cost?
I think we're going to have to develop some sort of sliding scale according to need and financial position that would relate to how much premium would be paid. And in those cases where a person doesn't have any money, just like in the food stamp program, I've supported, for instance, free food stamps for those who can't afford food stamps. And I think that same principle would apply here.
But you know where we are now with this thing, Congressman. We've got legislation, we got Medicare, and we have Medicaid. The indigents taken care of, the retired people got a program. The average wage earner, the people that we represent, we've negotiated health coverage, hospitalization coverage, and the cost of this thing is going through the roof. And frankly, we feel that the average taxpayer is paying for everybody else except himself. We get rather concerned about the situation. I'm sure you understand what we're talking about.
I do, and I've seen some examples of innovative approaches to this problem. You're probably familiar with them, and maybe some of your affiliates have experimented with health insurance relationships between organized unions and management. Teamsters, I know, has embarked on a program I saw. I don't know whether it's very accurate, but you know how this television does you. I saw on 60 Minutes one time an analysis, I think it was in the state of Hawaii, a relationship that had been developed between management and labor there, whereby they actually constructed a hospital and provided what amounted to preventive health care, privileges and benefits to workers, and this was paid for partly out of dues from union members, and kind of a low-cost group insurance plan. But the industry got together and set this up, built their own hospital, their own retirement living facilities, and extended health care facilities. And we may come to the point where this may be the way to go. That doesn't have any government money in it at all. And I think we need to probably approach it in that fashion. I think another thing, you're talking about escalating costs, and I don't know how we control it, but it's despicable when we see these fancy surgeons and all riding around in Rolls Royces and all this other business. And I don't have anything against the doctors, and don't play this deadgum thing down at the State Medical Society to help me out. But we need to take a look at how much of our healthcare dollar is going into the pockets of those who may not really need that, may not justify that kind of for instance, I'm disturbed that because you have a bad cold, you have to go to see some fella or some woman who's been to school for 20 years to learn about medicine. When you could go to somebody who's been trained as a diagnostician, they're not necessarily the fanciest doctor in town, but you're gonna get good quality diagnosis. And if you've got a serious illness, they'll refer you to one of these fancy doctors. But you don't have to go to the fancy doctor to start with and pay him $50 for him to tell you you got a cold, and that's all. I was in the Navy, and on board the ship, we had corpsmen on there who I think did a darn good job of telling you whether you had a cold or whether you had something that you needed a different kind of medication for. There's no big mystery in health care. We've got too many high-priced individuals doing things that other folks could do. Paraprofessionals, professional nurses, people that are trained to do things that for maybe a lower cost, and that disturbs me considerably. The hospital program, the Hospital Cost Containment Act is an effort to try to at least get the attention of hospital administrators and the healthcare community in trying to hold down costs. And now they, under the threat of this legislation, they're embarking on what they're calling voluntary self-analysis to try to keep down the ever-increasing costs of hospital care. Well, I hope they have success in it. Although that bill passed in the Ways and Means Subcommittee, it's being held up for 2 years to see what kind of response will be made by the health community to this threat. And I'm in favor of holding that over their head. I don't think we ought to enact it right now necessarily, but if they can do better, that's what we want. We want results.
Very good. What about item 5?
Okay, well, we're basically dealing with two different things.
Right.
Unemployment compensation, I voted for legislation a couple of years ago that extended the benefits of unemployment compensation and imposed on state government requirement to come up with more money to help pay for compensation to folks that are out of work. So I've got a record on that. That was a vote that I think was requested and supported by the AFL-CIO. As far as workers' compensation is concerned, I presume that's workmen's compensation for injuries, illnesses sustained as a direct result of the employment relationship. I gave a talk down on the coast a few years ago to a state convention of workmen's compensation administrators from around the country, and at that time I delved into the problem of the disparity that exists between states, among states, in workmen's compensation. I frankly support the theory that it ought to remain a state-administered program. I'm against federalizing workmen's compensation to the extent that we would have Washington-appointed officials administering and enforcing workmen's compensation laws. At the same time, I don't object as a general principle, federal guidelines for state workmen's compensation laws. In those instances where the disparity is so great that workers in some states are being denied fair treatment, being denied adequate compensation for illness or injuries that are work-connected, then I think that the federal government may have an obligation to encourage, by direction to those states, what minimum standards ought to be abided by, and that this would improve and make more uniform throughout the nation our workers' compensation laws.
Well, that's what we're really talking about.
We got a situation in the shipyards where we got approximately 15,000 union members in the shipyard. If a guy's coming down the gangway, falls and breaks his leg, and say he's been employed a year, his weekly benefit would be between $220 and $240 a week. If he's worked a little overtime, you know, and this type of thing. But if he steps off on the pier and breaks his leg, it's $91.
Yeah, I know.
Now this,
That's
you know,
Longshoremen's Act, or what is it called?
yeah.
Yeah.
Now that, you know, where you got a situation like that, that's where somebody's got to make a decision that everybody working for that company gets the same benefits if he breaks his leg.
Yeah. Means that seamen are better lobbyists than longshoremen. I don't know what it means. It is a disparity that there's no reason for it to exist.
All right, what about 6?
Well, as you know, I'm a very strong supporter of federal aid to education. I've consistently tried to vote for and not only amendments that would increase the federal allocation to education, public education in our state and throughout the nation, but I've taken the lead in trying to develop a bill to reorganize the federal administration of assistance programs to the state. I'm the sponsor of, the author of a very comprehensive bill that would create a new Department of Education that would, I hope, equip the federal government to focus in a more effective way on education needs, and naturally would result in Mississippi getting more of its share of the federal education dollar. We all know our experience here in the state and our difficulties in providing opportunities to everybody to get as good education as is possible. I guess maybe this comes from my parents both being school teachers and growing up in that environment and seeing how we've not done a good job in Mississippi in the past in our elementary and secondary education facilities and generally. So I'm a strong supporter of that. There have been occasions you may run into a vote that I've cast that may look like a vote against federal aid to education, but you know how some of those bills are up there. They lump in about 19 different appropriations for agencies and departments into one bill, and you get to vote for the whole thing or against the whole thing. If you look further into it, you'll see that there probably were amendments offered to support at a higher level part of that effort, like education. I'd be voting for that. I might vote against the whole bill because of some other provision that's in it. Other times I have voted to override presidential vetoes of increases in federal aid to education. It indicates the difficulty of looking at a darn voting record when we voted on 600 darn issues during one session of Congress and trying to figure out where a fellow stands. It's hard to do. But my sympathies and my interests are on the side of increased assistance.
What about its relationship with HEW? You feel that HEW should be tied into federal aid to education?
No, I think it ought to be taken away from HEW and a separate department created. This is what the president supports. It's what I support. And before he sent his proposal to the Congress, I had already drafted legislation to do what he decided ought to be done. There are certain programs that HEW handles that it probably will continue to handle in spite of this effort to put all education programs under one department. There's some controversy right now about Head Start, for instance, whether that is an education program or whether it ought to be kept in HEW. I frankly think we'd get more money and a more efficiently operated program if it were under a separate department. We had a problem this year, for instance. Secretary Califano and his testimony before the House Education and Labor Committee indicated that there were some states, particularly in the South, who were getting more than their fair share of Head Start money. Well, this scared everybody down here to death, and there was some suggestion that there would be no increase in allocation of Head Start money for Mississippi next year. Not even a 6% inflation rate increase cranked into it. Well, the Head Start directors of Mississippi came to meet with me in my office here in Jackson to talk about it. It was interesting that they didn't go to anybody else in the delegation to talk about it. But they sat in my office from Holly Springs, from Picayune, from Jackson, from all over Mississippi. And Nehemiah Flowers, my staff assistant that helps me with education matters here in the Jackson office. And I immediately wrote letters to Califano, to Perkins, who's chairman of the Education Labor Committee, and others, got other members of the delegations from other states that were similarly situated, some of the rural states, the poorer states, and we got that decision turned around. And while I can't accept their invitation, they've invited me to be their principal speaker at their convention here next month, the Head Start Association of Mississippi, because of the efforts that were made. And that's not in a voting record, and you're not going to see that on the AFT voting chart, but this is positive, an effort, an example of a positive effort that's being made to help our state in a way that a member of the congressional delegation can and should. So I think it indicates a sensitivity to our needs. We may disagree on whether it ought to be in this agency or that agency, but we agree on the need that we need to recognize our problems with early childhood education, and we need to devote as much of the resources of the federal dollars we can to that effort. And Mississippi ought to get more than its fair share. Those are the principles that guide me in that area.
We agree with that. More than our fair share. How about item 7, tax situation?
Well, I'm disturbed about our tax situation and concerned that last session of Congress we had a chance on 5 or 6 different occasions to vote for tax cuts to help ease the burden on middle and lower income taxpayers in this country, and I voted for all of those tax cut proposals, and we were outvoted every time. I'm continue to support an across-the-board tax cut of average about 33% that would apply in graduated different scales and percentages to all income levels. I think we need to put more money in the pockets of our workers. I think the federal government's taking away too much of the money. With the new Social Security taxes that have been put on us, with the new energy taxes the President's recommended, people that belong to your unions are just not going to be able to continue to enjoy whatever standard of living they've got right now. Inflation keeps pushing them up into higher tax brackets. Your contracts may call for an automatic increase in pay next year. Well, if our inflation rate's 6, 7, 8%, they're going to be up in another tax bracket. $25 to $30 billion of new taxes are going to be paid into the federal treasury by 1980 just because of inflation. Not anything, no tax increase, but just because of inflation. And if we don't have a national government that understands this and that makes some provision for it, our folks are going to get behind her even more. And the harder they work and the more you negotiate and the better deals you get for them, they're just out the window because of the trend in the national economy. And one way to help straighten this thing out is to put a tax cut in place. Now, some folks say, well, this is going to bankrupt the country. Well, I don't think so. In 1963, John Kennedy recommended a substantial tax cut at a time when it was estimated that that cut would cost the government about $159 billion. Well, they put it in place anyhow. The Republicans screamed and hollered. They were mainly the ones that were fussing about it. But you know what happened? The revenues of the government were $89 billion over what they had estimated they'd be because people had more incentive to work. People engaged in more entrepreneurial activity. Plants expanded. There were new jobs created. More work became available for folks that were unemployed. And we actually did better economically as a government in terms of revenues than we would have with the high tax rates. This is another time we've come to, I think, in our history where we can put another tax cut in place and loosen up the stranglehold the federal government's got over our paychecks. And this is something I think is going to appeal to you workers. And I think you ought to be for it. I know you're for the $25 billion tax cut the President's recommended, but he's recommended a lot of so-called tax reforms that are revenue-raising measures that are going to offset that, and nobody's going to be better off, particularly if the energy bill is enacted like he's recommended.
Well, you are in the process now, aren't you, and undoing what you've already done on the increase in Social Security tax?
Well, I'm not in the process of doing it. I'm amused at those who are taking the lead in it. They're the same ones that pushed through the tax increase. And now they got home during that Easter recess and found out how mad everybody was about it. And that they were up for re-election, they became, real concerned then.
Yeah.
And started hollering about a rollback in the Social Security tax. Well, sure, I'll vote for the rollback in the Social Security tax, but I'm amused at who all's hollering the loudest for it. They're the same ones that are on the Ways and Means Committee that opposed the Republican offered alternative now. And here's an example of how I think you ought to take a good, careful look at what's going on up there and who's for what. To take some of the burden of insurance and disability payments out of the Social Security system to be financed out of the general treasury. Leave Social Security as a supplement to retirement benefits as it was originally designed to be, and paid for by workers' taxes. Okay, we would have had to have an increase, but not nearly what they voted for. There are other ways to do the job. We can preserve the integrity of the Social Security Trust Fund. We can't jeopardize the right of old folks and disabled folks to that Social Security check. This is a contract they've got with the government. This is an undertaking the government's offered them, and they ought to make good on it. And I'm for preserving that integrity. And I'll vote for the rollback as long as it doesn't jeopardize somebody's ability to get a check that they are dependent on. A lot of people don't have any other income but these checks. But I'm amused, and the Republicans took the initiative to do something right about it that would have been acceptable and a lot easier to digest and absorb than what we really got.
Well, I think you put a well-stated position on that. And I'd say that you're pretty much in line with our thinking on the position in that total area there. What about the next one, item 8? The unemployment
Yeah.
situation.
Okay, well, you know, the Humphrey Hawkins bill, the unemployment thing is sort of a hoax on the American people, in my judgment. It sets a goal of cutting unemployment rate to 4% by 1983. Who can argue with that? I can't argue with that. But when you tell everybody that you passed a bill up there to cut back unemployment to 4%, and you hadn't appropriated $1, you hadn't authorized $1 to be spent, you hadn't suggested a single federal program that's going to put anybody to work, you are actually committing a fraud on the American people. You're not playing fair with them. And it's the typical political game up in Washington to come out with this big panacea of here's what we're doing for you. We're passing this bill and it's going to give you a job. If you can't find a job, the government's going to hire you, or the government's going to tend to it. And it's just a flat out lie. That bill doesn't do any such thing. If we were saying we're adopting a resolution to set as a national policy, doing what we can, as we can, to help stimulate the economy, provide for steady growth in the economy, to assure people who want to work a good job. And we hope that by doing this, we bring unemployment to 4% by 1983. I would have voted for it. But to say that it's something that it ain't, in my judgment, is just lying to the American people, and I wasn't going to have a part of it. If we're going to be setting goals, we should also set goals for health care. We should set goals for trying to curb inflation. We should set goals for trying to keep the taxes so that folks can pay them and still live. But we didn't do that, and I'm sympathetic to the late Senator Humphrey's efforts in this regard. He's shown an awful lot of concern and compassion. I think many more members of Congress have the same concern and compassion that he did. Gus Hawkins on that bill, too, is a good friend of mine. But I don't think that was going to do one bit of good. We do need, in my judgment, to take a hard look at how we are affecting the ability of our economy to expand and continue to provide growth. And if you'll let me, I'll just go right on down to the next one because it's such an integral part of it.
Right.
With the energy situation like it is, continued escalating costs of utility bills, gasoline prices, home heating fuel, industrial fuel use, we're going to continue to see prices go up unless something's done about it. And this is going to prevent a business or an industry from being able to expand. It's going to soak up capital so quick we're not going to be able to have the capital we need to continue our expansion. And the policies that we see right now, I think, is reflected by legislation up there in Washington and by administrative action, is a policy of no growth. And if we've got problems now in finding jobs for folks, we're going to have worse problems as time goes on with this no growth attitude. And that's what we're seeing. Now, I think we all need to get together and take a good hard look at it. The AFL-CIO, business management, and try to develop a consensus of how we approach it and quit spending all our time saying let's vote for the Humphrey Hawkins bill and lobbying the stew out of a bill like that doesn't do a darn thing except cause political division in the country. We need to get together and think about how we're going to solve these serious problems. energy is an example. I think the NAACP hit it right on the nail when they came out and supported some provisions for energy legislation which were totally opposed to the president's proposals. Because the president's proposals are conservation and increased costs. Increased costs will cause conservation, but not one new drop of oil nor 1 cubic foot of gas is going to be produced by anything he's recommended that Congress enact. And they're going to hold the prices of natural gas hostage, and they're going to put new taxes on crude oil, and not anything's going to be done except the poor folks are going to get poorer. The oil companies are going to make it. I ain't worried about them. They'll make it. They've got the capital. But the citizens of this country not going to make it. And the fellow that's running a little small plant somewhere in Mississippi, he can't expand that plant. He can't take on new business. The workers at that plant are not going to be in line for any big new increases. That plant's going to go broke, paying the fuel costs. So it's like the trade thing. It's not an easy problem, but it's one of these things where I think if we line up too quickly just on a partisan basis or without thinking through some of these real serious problems, and complicated they are, then we're going to be in some big heap of trouble.
Congressman, let me ask you this. Do we really have an energy shortage in this country?
No, we don't.
Being ripped off.
No, we don't, neither one.
Not
We
yet.
don't have an energy shortage. We do have a short supply of energy that is being produced and distributed. There's a difference. We've got energy resources in the ground in this country that are sufficient to meet our needs for many years to come. We've got an 800-year supply of coal, it's estimated, but it's in the ground. And we've got problems getting it out. We've got environmental constraints on strip mining, and I don't say that's bad. We don't want to turn the whole country into one big coal pit. We've got health problems in deep shaft mining. Workers down there in those mines are subjected to some of the most horrendous problems of health and safety that we have in any business in the whole country. And it's difficult to get it out. But our oil policy and our gas policy right now is such that we come out better by importing high-priced energy from the Middle East and the other oil-producing states than we do producing our own. We can't get anybody to produce what we need here because of tremendous expense and artificial low ceiling on the price. $8 a barrel or $9 a barrel average for oil. I don't know what gas is now. But we pay these guys from the Middle East about $14 a barrel. Our deficit, trade deficit, is getting out of proportion more every day. They're going to raise the price of that oil to compensate for the lowering of the value of the dollar, so they can just keep getting the same value they're getting today for this oil they're selling us. But of course, with the effect of that on our consumers here is that they have to pay more. They'll pay more next year for imported oil. We've got a problem. It's mainly in production and distribution, in an attitude of who we're going to buy it from. We're going to buy it from Americans that are producing it. We're going to buy it from folks from foreign countries. It's not an easy solution. The government's putting some money in all kind of alternative sources of energy like geothermal and solar, and trying to use the tides for hydroelectric power and that kind of thing. And these are far-off solutions, and they're long-term. Nuclear energy, even at full capacity in our country, would only account for about 15% of our nation's energy needs. So fossil fuels are those things that we need to have and we need to use, and we need them in larger supply than we've got them now, or we're going to continue to be under the pressure of this no-growth policy.
I think you pretty well elaborated on that one, and we got a couple of more here. I'm not trying to rush you or anything, but we do want to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm against
on
number
those
10.
last two.
I'll vote against efforts to deny organized labor the right to participate fully in the political process of the country. What do you mean in that specifically?
Well, we've had legislation proposed from time to time that would put severe restraints on the activity of the labor movement in the political process. We don't have any threats on the immediate horizon, but
What do you think about the Hatch Act?
well, we are, of course, in favor of process.
I voted for that.
Yes.
I voted for the amendments to liberalize the Hatch
Right.
Act. A lot of people say that's a repeal of the Hatch Act. You know,
Well,
they
it's
talk-
really
it's not, and, but I got in all kind of political trouble down here among folks that said, you're trying to give the country to organized labor, you know,
Yeah.
and there was some real concern about it. But I've survived.
Well, that was a good vote you cast on that one, from my point of view.
I thought that might be one of the things that was included in
We
that.
do check the voting record every now and then.
I know it, Claude, yeah. You ought to, too. It keeps everybody a little more honest than they might ordinarily be.
The next one, item 11, dealing with the Voting Rights Act, I think is self-explanatory. And, as a result of the Voting Rights Act in '65, naturally, we've, seen a lot more participation from blacks in the political process. Question really there is, as a member of the Senate, when this matter comes up again, would you vote to keep it on the vote?
I'll take a look at it and see what the provisions are. I'm in favor of universal participation in the voting process. I think in Mississippi, the changes we've seen as a result of the Voting Rights Act have been healthy. I think, though, that act has some extremely difficult provisions in it that apply to our state in particular. You can't change a voting place without going to the Attorney General to get him to approve it, and I think that's ridiculous. There are a lot of things in that Voting Rights Act that I think ought to be changed. Anything that is in it, though, that protects the right of a citizen of this country to register and participate fully, to vote, to campaign, ought to be protected by the federal law. I'm for that. These other provisions that tend to be troublesome, we attempted, for instance, we saw the state legislature pass, an open primary law. I don't know whether that thing is gonna be good or bad, but it sure would save a lot of confusion. They're doing it in Louisiana.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's gonna turn out over there. It'd be good to watch. Some say that it hurt the Republican Party, the Democratic Party. Well, I don't care about all that. I'm wondering about how we can make it more simple, how we can make it less confusing, so everybody can understand it. It's a basic, unalienable right that any citizen has, and it ought to be protected. But just like this primary we got coming up,
Yeah.
we're gonna see problems all from one end of this state to the other.
That
You
is-
know, nobody knows. I was asked at a breakfast meeting this morning, you know, if I vote for you in the primary against Pickering, can I vote in the runoff if, in the Democratic primary?
Answer is no.
And I said, I don't think you can. And he said, well, ain't that something? They have an election, I ought to be able to vote in it.
What about party
Folks don't
restoration?
understand it.
What
I'm
about
against
party
it. I'm
restoration? Are you against that?
Yeah, you're just trying to kill the Republican Party then. No use to wipe them out, there's not much to it anyway.
You are opposed to party. Well, this of course comes under the heading of state restoration law.
I know it.
I think you'll find some agreement among this group, Mr. Cochran, on the statements you made on the importance of maintaining protecting the right of people to register, vote, participate in the political process. I think we're all in accord on that, and we do recognize the need to make some changes as they relate to some of the things that you mentioned. We do.
Yeah.
Well, do we have any other questions now? I think the congressman has done a pretty good job of speaking to our questions.
I'd
You
love
said
to
you
stay
had
here.
other questions, and we
I
will
won't-
have a couple of minutes left before your opponent gets here.
Well, I'm supposed to be in Vicksburg at 11:15, and I ain't gonna make it, am I? Unless that fellow breaks a lot of laws driving me over there.
Right.
I've enjoyed being with you, and I'm sorry I can't stay any longer. I've gotten long-winded, and it's my own fault. If you have any other questions that I did not answer, feel free to call my district office here to ask them, or write me a letter in Washington. I'll get you a response back immediately.
I wanted to ask one before you left. You commented briefly on Cyrus Picketing. Why do you think that this is so unfair on Cyrus Picketing? The construction workers, they're restricted to one gate. And you mentioned the boycott, which, by the way, I don't think it is in the National Labor Relations Act. It's a Moore Dry Dock decision. Am I right? about the secondary boycott?
Well, if you say it is, I don't really hold myself out to be, you know, a constitutional law expert or a
Right.
national labor relations law expert. I took a course in it in law school, but that's been a long time ago. I never practiced it in labor law one way or the other.
Cyrus-Picketon would simply give the construction workers, and I do represent construction workers, the same right as your plant employees to have union or no union, one of the two. Just that simple, and we would be much better off in this state. Now, we're not very proud of being number 50. You know, we used to be 48, 49, we're number 50. We're not proud of that, and I don't think you are, but we do, this is something that was real important to us, that was killed. And I think everybody should take a look at this thing.
Well, I will. Any legislation that comes.
You answered the question wrong as far as I'm
I know
concerned, but
I know it. I
you
wish
was
I could
honest
answer
about
them all
it.
right, but some people, they're gonna come in here and blow smoke, and,
We're used to that.
I won't do that.
We can usually tell
Appreciate
those.
Well, Claude, let me say, I appreciate you all extending the invitation. I did make a special effort because I did want to come visit with you.
Well, we appreciate it. You have a copy of our written questionnaire there in front of you. You might would like to take a few minutes to glance over before we get into it, if you'd like. Instead of me reading each one of them to you, I'll just make reference to them. I'd like to pause for a few minutes and give you a chance to kind of review the thing. We can do it that way.
Okay.
Another member of our committee had to go make a telephone call, Russell Kelly from Pascagoula. Then we've got another member that might show while we're in the process, so we'll, instead of time, then we'll go ahead and proceed. Senator, I guess we can dispose of that first one. We know what your elected possessions been. You might want to elaborate on it a little bit. I'm a little bit familiar, maybe for the benefit of the rest of the committee.
I would like to say one thing preliminary, and Claude, I think that you and Tom are aware of this, perhaps more than the others. I'm willing to sit down and talk about any legislation, because I've got some ideas and I've got some thoughts on the situation, and I want to be very candid with you. I'm sure some of the answers that I'll give you today are answers that in some situations would be answers that, positions that you all might not agree with, but I think you want me to tell you the truth. I don't think you want me to come here and sugarcoat anything. And I am interested in more employment for the people of Mississippi. I'm interested in better employment for the people of Mississippi. I'm interested in a better standard of living. And I think basically those are the same goals that you and the other men and the lady here around the table, you all have the same desire. You want to see a better standard of living, and you want to see better opportunity for our people and better education. And I support those very strongly. I suspect that our only difference would perhaps be sometimes in the area of how do we get there. Now, as to what offices I've held, I served as county attorney from 64 to 68. I was out of politics from 68 to 72, and I'm serving my second term in the Mississippi State Senate as a member of the Senate elected by the people of Jones County. I've always gone when the council has met in Laurel and Jones County. Of course, Tom, you were there when you all questioned me in 71 and again in 75. I've always come to the meetings and tried to keep relationship. The woodworkers in Jones County also down at the Masonite, keep contact with them, and I would continue. If I'm a United States Senator, my door is open. I'll talk with you and I'll visit with you on any occasion about any matter. You have some idea of what type senator I've been in Mississippi. I think that I'm a Republican, and I believe basically in the Republican philosophy of government that promotes the private sector, that helps the working people more, gives them better, more meaningful jobs. By the same token, I think that my voting record in the state Senate shows that I have compassion and concern on people, and that I am interested in people problems.
Well, this is Russell Kelly, Senator.
Hey,
I
Russell.
don't know if you met him, the gentleman I was
How you
talking
doing?
about.
Russell Kelly.
He's from Pascagoula.
Pascagoula.
Senator, the second question on that deals with the labor reform bill that's present before the Senate. It might well have been disposed of before you take your seat in the Senate if you're elected. But we would like to take a few minutes with you on the problems we are having and the need for legislation. Are you familiar with it all,
familiar with that. I'm not as familiar with that bill as I am perhaps on 14B and common silence, but I do have some information in this, not as much as I would need to make a decision on it.
Well, we've got a couple of people here, well, there's several on the committee, as a matter of fact, that's had a lot of experience in this area, where employers have come up with ways and means of evading their responsibilities as laid out under the National Labor Relations Act. I'd like at this point to ask James Jackson, the State Director for the clothing workers, to praise you of the situation from his point of view, and then we got Curtis Orman here, who's had some experiences up in Stockton.
Well, our main concern with the labor law as it's presently constructed, it doesn't have any penalties in the law for an employer who just violates it and carries you on and on and on into the courts. We've got a situation that's very near Jackson here that I could call your attention to down in Crystal Springs, Mississippi. We won a labor board election in June 4 years ago, this coming June. We negotiated all of this period of time except when they was refusing to meet. We filed various charges with the labor board. They've been found guilty at least twice to refusing to bargain in bad faith, and we still don't have a labor agreement. And there's no penalty in the law, just don't do it anymore. Nothing at all. And 3 weeks ago, we took those people out on strike down there, and they're on strike today while we're meeting here. It's simply because there's no remedy within the law to get any relief. And this is after 4 years. 4 years after they voted for us to represent them as a collective bargaining agent.
Laws on the books, there ought to be a reasonable way to enforce it.
But they don't seem to be. You can go to the next court, but you know.
We got all kinds of experiences here we could share with you in this area. One of the things, of course, that's happened here since the Act was passed, I'd say since '47, when this really began to shape up after the Taft-Hartley amendments, we had a new profession developed, and that's, they refer to them as labor management consultants, but in effect, they're lawyers that practice in the area of advising employees how to evade the intent of the law. We got several law firms in Jackson that's in this area. They get quite wealthy, and of course they're on the borderline all the time. And of course, the first thing that happens is that, as a rule, we get into one of these situations where a group of people want to exercise their right under the law and organize, and they pick off the leaders and fire them. Now, this is against the law, you know, but you have to go through the process of filing the charges, and maybe 4 or 5 years from now, you might win the case. You're probably going to have to go all the way to the Fifth Circuit with it. But the damage has been done. The leaders have been picked off, and under the present law, there's not enough penalty there. To get the guy reinstated, the only penalty is that they have to pay him the difference in lost wages, money that he's earned, and things of this kind. We don't think the penalty is severe enough, you know, that type thing. Of course, there's all other kinds of problems. Curtis, maybe you'd like to elaborate a little bit on
Yes, I would like first to say something concerning what Claude is saying. The companies are violating the law and making money off of it. This is the whole problem. They fire the leaders and it scares the rest of the people. Yes, they may way down the road might have to pay the leaders some money. They have saved millions, sometimes thousands, and up to millions of dollars by defeating the union by violating the law. And when President Nixon resigned in shame, I thought nobody was above the law, but they are. And I don't think anything could be more important than people making money off of violating the law. And I can give you actual instances where the companies do this because they know that by violating the law, they may someday they can hold it up for so long that people may get lost, but they have succeeded in destroying the union, and therefore they save more money than they have to pay out. And this is a problem. We have a case in our organized and through National Labor Relations election, won certification at Starkville, Mississippi. And they have kept it tied up for over 3 years. During the campaign, the National Labor Board issued complaints, and they don't do this very easily, in 26 different violations of the law during the campaign, yet I won out over that. But still, these firing people, laying people off on account of their union activities, to try to keep them from organizing, and those charges filed over 3 years ago has not got to the Fifth Circuit yet, and those people, well, what else can I say except when the minimum wage was raised, 17 people in that plant got a raise. They are still starving to death. And if you don't, anything, justice that long delayed is justice denied.
The problems that you all have pointed out to me are problems that I think are reasonable requests on your part.
Let's go down.
Charles, you're not an attorney, are you?
Yes.
Oh, all right, good. Let me show you how weak, sorry, the law is. It even lets outside attorneys come in and take care, rat on your organization. Most,
That ain't good, is it?
that's right. Most of these companies go to New Orleans and get Coleman and Lang,
Or this firm over in
You know, the
Arkansas.
Don't forget
Yeah,
Atlanta.
and you got to get Atlanta, David. They come into Mississippi more and more now. But, they come in and they tell a company
James Jackson.
that, hey, look, fire 2 or 3 people that's serving on the unions and plan organizing committee. That's gonna scare everybody to death. If it don't scare them to death, the union will file charges for these people, and you're gonna be years before the board makes a ruling. Most cases, about a year. And by then, it's a dead issue anyway. Sure, you might have to pay a few bucks if somebody just goes home and sits down. But the guy's got to live, so what he's gonna do is he's gonna go back to the union. The union is gonna look around and put him in one of their shops somewhere where he's making $2 an hour more, and hell, we might ask him for a refund and difference in what he's made over what our shop is. It's plums. I wish you could just go and just any of these politicians that's voted against it could just go work one campaign from the beginning to the end, and listen to the people that they're supposed to be representing in Washington. They never have. We never had nobody from Mississippi to ever represent the working class of people up there.
Senator, I think what we would like to know from you really, this matter is not resolved by January of next year and you're in the Senate, would you be willing to sit down and go over this thing with us and take a close look at what needs to be done?
I would,
Correct, sir?
yes, I'd certainly be happy to sit down with you
Okay,
and
I
talk about the
think
problem.
that's about the best we can ask of you. On the next one, item A there, would you support legislation to extend the coverage of the active public employees? Are you familiar with that?
Well, public employees in Mississippi and throughout the nation have certain facets of their employment that really give them some advantage in some instances over what you all have in the private sector. They have real good fringe benefits on that situation. And I have some reservation about people who elect to go into public employment as far as the areas of striking for essential services that must carry on. And I have some problems. The farm is facing a crisis at the present time. I certainly feel that any worker ought to have the right, whether he's a farmer or state employee, to sit down to negotiate with the people that he's working for. I agree with that concept.
Okay, what about the next item on the, I think it's on that.
B would be
Right, B
area of was that common situs, is that
is what we're really talking
right?
about.
Yes, on common situs, I have some problems. I told you there to begin with. I was going to tell you honestly how I felt, and I wasn't going to try to evade anything. And on common situs, I have some problems with a small number of people putting a large number of people out of work under common situs.
Tucker might want to speak to you on that, at L'Oreal, he's in the construction business, I mean, he represents people in that area.
This is real important to the construction workers, especially in the South. I've made the comment before, we're not happy to be number 50. And I I'm sure you're not either.
That's right.
But we have these companies coming in from out of state, doing state work, all over right now, and private work. Okay, the Sidus-Picton bill would simply give us the same right as the people in the plants to close a plant down or a job down with picket lines. Now, some of the people seem to think that this is a law that we can't do that, but it has been a decision on the Moore Dry Dock decision ruling against secondary boycott, which is in the law. But to give the construction worker this right to have a job that would either be union, as we want to call it, or non-union, this is all this would amount to. And a job could be 100% one way or the other way. And actually, instead of having a job mixed up, you know, where you got some that are union and some are non-union on the job, you got more problems that way. You have more slowdowns, stoppages, where you do have a mixed job. So this would simplify this matter, that this job is being built by union craftsmen or non-union craftsmen.
Aren't most of the contracts in Mississippi, particularly the ones in large construction that have government funds, aren't they pretty well union jobs?
No.
Most of them? Are there some of the contracts that require scale, different scale of wages? That's what, rather than
Well,
looking at
this is a federal law, Davis Bacon. If we can prove that we are predominant in an area, certainly they use our wage rates.
Right.
But then they cheat on that. And when you catch them cheating and prove it, then they'll pay you what they owe you, but you're gonna have to sign your check and give it back to them, which is another violation.
Well, I can see, and that's one of the difficulties. I've made a statement so often about legislation when I go back to speak to civic clubs and other groups, that I've never seen a piece of legislation that I voted on, that there weren't negative aspects and there weren't positive aspects. What I do is sort of like stacking stove wood. I remember toting the wood in for the fireplace, that you put a pile over here, and if the pile of stove wood gets higher over here on the negative than it does on the positive, you vote no, and if you get to positive, the vote's high. I think there are I can see some problems that you have there, and certainly would be happy with you to talk about that, but I see also some real negative aspects of shutting down I think that those workers who want to work have a right to work also, and I think that they ought to be given the right to exercise. I would be willing to talk with you about any problems on that, but I have some problem with that in general.
And your answer then that you would not support section 14B?
No, we ain't got to that. You don't have sight.
Well, Sidus-Picton.
Common size.
Well, he answered this other question too.
Yeah,
He's saying no on Sidus.
yeah. On C down there, that's, you probably ain't more familiar with that than the
Right.
Sidus thing. We're
Claude,
talking,
I have told, and moving on to C, I have told your group when I met with them in 1975, that I think that people who get the benefit of collective bargaining process ought to pay the administrative cost of that.
Yeah.
As for the repeal of 14B, I would not vote for the repeal of section 14B. I would support legislation that would require workers who get the benefit of collective bargaining to pay their fair share of administrative.
well, that's what we're talking about, then, on the agency shop provision.
Right. Now,
That's
we-
really what we're talking about.
I don't think they should be coerced into joining an organization unless they wanted to. I don't think that they should be required to make any contributions to politics unless it's their decision to do so. But as far as the administrative expenses of paying their fair share of the collective bargaining process, I see nothing wrong with that.
And that's what we need on the agency.
Could I ask one question here, Claude? You belong to church.
Yes, sir.
If you went to a church and they had some doctrine that you didn't like, and but the majority of people like that, what would be your alternative?
Well, if it was a question of where to put the water cooler, I would assume that the majority has the right to make that decision. I would go along with it. If it was a fundamental question of doctrine, I'd find me another church.
Don't you think that the people in a plant, when the majority of them vote to have a union, has that same right? That the other people either have the right to change some of the people's mind, or either they have a right to go somewhere else and find them a job if they can't live with it.
Well, of course, a while ago I made the statement that I would leave the church if I felt like it was a question of fundamental beliefs
Yeah.
that did not changing churches and so forth. And as I say, what my previous answer to Claude had been that I think that they should not get the benefits without having paid for the cost. But as far as requiring them to be or not to be a member of a certain organization, I have some.
You know, this is what gets me upset. All over the state of Mississippi and throughout the South, the newspapers and the politicians, to keep the wages down, they preach this right to work. They got, I believe they got people like yourself and everybody really believing that right to work gives that guy a right to go down the street and go to work. But the only thing it's doing is giving him a right to work in a place and be a freeloader. I just don't believe the Bar Association in Mississippi will allow people to come in here and practice law that didn't belong to the Bar Association, do you?
We have a requirement that they be
They can't
I'm
open up
trying
an
to
office
think.
in Jackson and practice law in Mississippi like you're doing without being a member of the Bar Association.
you require that they be certified to be, anybody that's admitted to practice. We have members who don't pay dues, and we don't do a very good job of policing, and members who don't participate, but they have to be admitted to the bar, in order to be qualified to practice. That's a question of determining their, like licensing, with contractors being licensed and the lawyers being licensed, that they have to be certified that they are eligible before they
You're a member of the Senate here in the state, and if the House and the Senate and the governor signs a bill, although it's not a money bill now, just a regular bill, and it's voted one over half in the House and one over the Senate in the House to require me to do something and so forth, then the majority rules, and regardless if 49% of the people in the state are against that, we all have to obey that law, don't we?
Well, no, you follow the question of majority rule, passing legislation, yes.
But you don't believe in it when it comes to
Well, because
plan.
in certain areas, though, we have a constitution that says that legislature can't pass laws in certain areas. There's certain areas that we can't pass laws in.
Yeah, some you gotta have a 3/5 vote.
That's right.
The point he's making, I could take the position that I had personal feelings that the speed laws of this state is not correct and it's against my principle. If I violate them, I'm still gonna be fine.
Well, of course, for instance, you can't pass a law that would require anybody to belong to a certain church or to believe in certain things. You can't do that. That would be unconstitutional because it would be infringe on those things. And you have to, of course, the daily lives of the federal government under the general health and welfare, they are regulating us in a good many areas that you thought that they could not do, but there are certain limitations that they can't pass in the Constitution. So you can't just say that the Senate can pass any law that it wants to because the majority vote, everybody has to abide by it. That's not quite accurate.
Well,
There are some.
the same way with the union, you know that the federal law limits what we can
Can and
and
can't
do
do. That's
to
right.
our members, so,
Right, I don't disagree with that.
You know, what is amazing about this, in recent years, I have negotiated language into agreements with companies in South Mississippi that says, if the right to work is repealed or modified to allow union membership requirement or agency shop, the parties will meet immediately and insert the appropriate language. You just, the people running for office and jumping up and down about agency shop on the stump out here and before people, it's not that real a big problem with the plant manager down there because they'll sit there and agree to it. Hell, they got it in their shops up north and everything else. And I've had them to sit across the table and say, we used check off this morning before we come into negotiation. You only got 75% of them people in the union, so why don't you get your boys off their tails and get them out there and sign up the rest of them? So if you're gonna be union, be 100% union and, get them other guys in.
You got these people that say that they don't wanna join the union because of church or something like that, but if you really dig down under there, and I can give you, instances on it, all they don't wanna do is pay the dues now, and this is the truth. When we got one local, I got one local here in the state, got over 1,100 members, and they don't have but one in the plant that don't belong to the union out of 1,100 and something members. And that one, he'll tell you right now, it's not because of church or anything else, that he just wants to be a freeloader. Yeah, we done made him admit that. He ain't got no, he's not a church, he's not religious and
It's not
nothing.
philosophical.
That's right. He said, you, under federal law, have to represent me, whether I belong or not, and I've got all the rights, and I've got a right to freeload, and so I'm gonna take it.
Well, that's.
Anyhow, Senator, I
said-
think you understand what we're
Right.
talking about. The whole
Yeah,
thing
administrative-
interferes
administrative
with the
expenses.
collective bargaining process, and,
Collective bargain, I have no objection.
we're
to
not,
benefit.
you know, I don't think we need to spend any more time on that question. We'd like, when that opportunity presents itself, sit down and talk to you if you get in the Senate,
Surely.
about some of these problems.
Surely.
But
Anyhow.
you might have some ideas on the agency shop that we need to explore.
Right.
All right, on that, on D down there, what is your position on putting labor unions under antitrust law? That one ought to be easy for you to deal with.
Of course, there's not really known of there being that much impetus to put the labor unions under that.
Well, there's discussion from time to time by some of the extreme right-wing groups around the country about the big monopolies of the labor organizations. They should be, again, under the antitrust laws, which we were taken out from under years ago, as you know.
I see no
You ought
reason.
to be able to deal with that one.
I see no reason to do that.
Okay. On free, on import problems.
Right. I think another related area there is the problem of aliens coming in and taking the jobs away from the working people in America and driving prices down. I think that we need stricter enforcement of that area. Now, I think that there are situations where we probably do need to protect our citizens from cheap labor in foreign countries, and like the farms are confronted. But I basically think that trade should be as free as possible, and I think that your limitations in this area should be kept to a very minimum. I don't think you ought to regulate in this area any more than is absolutely necessary when you have a real depressed problem or an industry where you have an extraordinary situation. So basically, I think that the government should not restrict the free flow of commerce, but I do recognize that for the working people and for the economy and for the best interest of our nation, that there are situations where you have to make exceptions to that. It's not a real equivocal answer, but it gives you my philosophy on that. My philosophy is basically we need as much free trade as possible, but there are extraordinary circumstances that demand attention. And I would support legislation in areas where you had severe problems.
The industry's been hard pressed, several in Mississippi, but the one that comes to mind more than any others is the apparel industry. We've had several plants in Mississippi that's been
Closed.
pushed to the wall and have shut down. Mr. Jackson again represents people in that area. And the basic reason for this is that the low-cost foreign import in the clothing area produced by cheap labor in foreign countries and so forth, it just flat forced them out of business.
We had a plant in Meridian, Mississippi, went out of
Closed.
business since the first of the year. Public shirt company, 250 people, that plant been there 40 years. And they closed solely because of the import
Because of
problem.
the import problem.
Yeah, we got others that's working 3 and 4 days a week now, all over this state. And if you look at the last report put out by the Industrial Director Service in Mississippi, the apparel workers happens to be the highest industry as far as the number of people in the entire state. Now numbers 41,600 people, employs more people than any other industry in this state. And that's gonna change drastically if something's not done about this import problem. We're gonna be practically non-existent in a very short period of years, in my opinion.
It's a real problem.
It is, and where you catch a counterbalancing problem on that is that we absolutely must import some of the things that we make over here in order to keep our economy strong. If we keep pulling in like foreign oil and don't import things out, then we run into some problems. And whenever we put up a barrier to a country, then that encourages that company to put up a barrier. And you get into a situation where if we protect everything and push everything up, is that there are other areas that this industry relates to another industry, and then you get those products up where you can't export. It's a problem.
Well, the thing that I resent about it, and maybe I shouldn't, but practically every undeveloped nation that we get involved in a war with, then the first thing they teach them how to do when we start to help them
It's
is
compete
sew
with us.
apparel.
Yeah.
And you can look at it, South Korea and these places is flooding this country with apparel.
Cheap.
And they used American money to set it up, federal dollars.
Which is one of the complaints that farmers have today, is we're going down to Brazil and subsidizing the farmers down here to compete with our
Right.
farmers on products that we can't sell. And of course, when the farmers have a problem, you have a problem, because whenever we eat, we have,
Yeah.
that reflects on all of us.
It is a tremendous problem. Again, it affects some of the basic industries.
Right, sure it
And
is.
of course, we talk about free trade, and I guess we all are in agreement that we need free flow of trade from country to country. But the cold facts of the matter is that we have a free rating policy. These foreign countries, many of them, have barriers set up for produce from this country, minimum standards to meet. But we don't have any protective legislation in this country. And of course, as Jackson has already said, and in that question there, we mentioned the fact that that the capital from this country is used to put up these plants, money made in this country, and the products brought back in here, put people out of work. It's a tough problem to deal with.
Right.
No question about that. I'd like to now move down to the health care thing. I'd like to get your views on that. I'm not trying to rush anything, but we are kind of jammed for
Right,
time.
we are, and I also have some folks lined up that I
Yeah.
have another commitment to, so I need to move
Yeah,
as quickly as
okay.
we can. I don't want to be rushed, but I do have another commitment that's supposed to be here shortly to pick me up. Number 4, of course, I think we recently have moved into some areas that I'm not one who feels like you can turn the clock back and retrench from areas that you've gone into, and I would not want to see us move backwards in any of these areas. I do think that we have to be realistic, and the men and women that you all represent are the ones that pay the bills for all of these programs. And,
Right.
I think that the working class of people, I think that the middle income America is bearing the brunt of taxation today, and I think that we ought to be very careful on doing anything that increases the tax burden on middle America. I think they're the ones that get caught in the squeeze. I think they're the ones that are paying the cost of the vast majority of government programs. On question 4, I think that in the area of catastrophic insurance, catastrophic needs, major medical needs, that certainly you need to give some protection, some area. As far as the federal government getting into the area of providing insurance and being the person to help in health needs, every time the federal government has gotten into any area where they've tried to operate, they, in my opinion, have gummed up the works and they cost the taxpayers more money. And I'm very reluctant to put them into competition with private business in the insurance area or any other area.
You familiar with 5? Well, that's.
I have supported
Member of the legislature, you understand those two topics.
Right, and I have voted for that. And I feel like you ought to have adequate coverage in the area of unemployment and workers' compensation benefits. I rather doubt that you can pass a bill that would have national scope that would provide the same thing for New York City that you provide for Jones County. You just have different situations. Our people in our area have long advocated that they felt like the people closer at hand ought to make some of these decisions, and I feel that they're in a better position. I think, Claude, that the relationship of labor with the legislature and public officials has increased and improved. And I think you'll have, by the turnout of people that came to your state convention, even when John Henry was the spokesman when I was there. So I think you all have rapport with the legislature and with elected officials, and I think that's the way it should be handled. But I have personally supported, as you know, I have supported legislation in that area.
Well, I've already advised before you got there, from my point of view, you have a pretty good record.
Right.
Member of the Senate. On the next one down there, dealing with education.
I have been a very strong supporter of education. In fact, the group of people who helped me the most in my race in 1971, and I have never forgotten them, they still are extremely warm to me. The last convention, they gave me more opportunity to get around than did any of the other candidates running for the United States Senate, because I had been a friend of education. I think that the field of education is a field that, again, that the federal government is, I hate to see us keep turning to Washington to solve all of our problems. I think that the local people, federal government, once you get a federal going like revenue sharing, I think revenue sharing is here to stay. And it helps the taxpayers of Mississippi. I took the position in legislation for a good many years, as did most of the legislation, that we should not become dependent upon revenue sharing, that we ought to use that for non-recurring expenses. But it's here to stay, and I came to the conclusion this year that if we didn't start spending some of that money for recurring needs, that we were doing our taxpayers, the people you represent, a disservice, because it's here to stay. I'm rather reluctant to have the state get more dependent on the federal government in this area. I think we need strong vocational training. I think we need strong technical training, and I think that we need also education of parents. It's not necessary for every kid to get a college education. Now, if a kid's got the aptitude and wants to go to college, I think you ought to have the opportunity, and I think you ought to encourage them to. But by the same token, there are a lot of folks that in the trades would make more money and have a better standard of living, and I think it's an education process for mom and daddy. Don't make your kid go to college. Make them get some kind of specialized training, but it doesn't have to necessarily be college. But I think, again, that this comes back to where, on a state level, it can be handled better than trying to move that problem to Washington.
Okay, get over to 7.
I would support certainly legislation that I don't think anybody should get by without paying their fair share of taxes. I don't think that people who have wealth should not pay their proportion. In situations or where they're not paying, I think that there should be legislation that would require them to pay their fair share. And I do agree with the concept that the median income, the middle income category, are paying excessive, they have an excessive tax burden. We've gone to the point where of our gross national product, somewhere between 37 and 42% of the gross national product is taken up in taxes at one level or another. That's excessive.
What's your concern about the fact we think that the average working person spend more than their fair share of tax load?
Any areas where there are wealthy people or corporations that are making money that are not paying taxes, I would vote that they have to pay their fair share of taxes.
Mighty good. What about 8?
I agree with what you're trying to accomplish in number 8. I think that we do need to reduce unemployment, and I think that people ought to have an opportunity to work. I think that a tax cut, which would benefit all Americans, would do more to stimulate the creation of new jobs in the private sector than anything else that we could do. That was done in the 1920s. It was done, I think I mistakenly said Coolidge this morning. I think it was in the Harding administration that it was done. It was done in the Kennedy administration in the 60s. I was going to make that point, that it was done twice. It was done once under the Republican administration in the early 20s, and it was done in the early 60s under President Kennedy. It was Secretary Mellon's proposal in the 20s, and then President Johnson's in the 60s. And that created jobs, and I think that's the way to solve the unemployment problem. If we have a strong economy, unemployment takes care of itself. I think for the federal government to get deeply involved, as is recommended in Humphrey Hawkins' bill, I think it would create a situation where the federal government would assume that responsibility, and you'd always have people that would be subject to that type of employment, which I think is not in their best interest. I think it's not in the best interest of the nation as a whole. I don't think it strengthens our economy. I would work to reduce unemployment, but not through this measure.
Going down to the energy situation on 9.
I don't think that there's any question except the oil companies have taken advantage of the situation. I think President Carter pointed out very strongly in his first speech on the energy crisis that there was a real problem. I think there is an energy crisis. I think there is an energy problem. Now, I think right now, I think we have more than an adequate supply of oil and gas at the present time. But I think that if you had certain stresses like an embargo in the East, that we would have a severe crisis again. I think that we need to increase exploration. I do not favor adding government taxes to oil in order to tax. I think that would be a tremendous tax burden on the American people, the working people of America. I would support the development of alternate sources of energy. I would support increased production of energy. I think that would drive prices down. The energy problem is a very complex problem. And I do think that the question where you allow any increase in cost, there's nothing wrong with putting in a provision that would tax excess profits, which would cause the companies to put that back into production. I don't think they ought to be allowed to pick up a lot of gravy because we got a problem there.
Senator, are you saying that we really don't have an energy shortage, but we do have a crisis? Is that what you were saying?
No, Tom, I think we have an energy shortage. I think that the potential of our producing in the United States enough energy to take care of our needs without being greatly and vastly dependent upon other countries is real. What I am saying is that with the flow of oil from Alaska and from the flow of oil of the Middle East, we now have more than we need today. But that if we were subjected to any disruption of those areas, that we could have some serious crisis, and I think we need to be developing more energy in our area. I think it's rather, here in Mississippi, we're producing energy and we're paying the Arabs 3 times as much money as being paid for the production of oil and gas here in Mississippi. I think that we need to encourage the companies by allowing them to raise their prices up for all that's explored, for all that's produced, particularly the marginal wells and new exploration to meet the price of foreign areas, and then put on an excess profits tax so that if they're not using that money to plow back in to find other sources and create other jobs, that they're not allowed to keep that as excess profits. What I'm saying is I don't believe in taxing it. The Carter proposal is to tax the companies, is to let them raise the price up of gas, to push it up, but to take that money away from them in taxes straight, even if they wanted to reinvest it, not allow them to reinvest it, but to take it up in additional taxes, and that would push the price of gas up for you, the price of gas up for me, and would not get any additional exploration.
Okay, I think we got your position on that one. What about 10?
Specifically in that area, Claude, what is the proposed legislation there that would deny political access to?
Well, we don't have any particular thing confronting us right now, but from time to time, some of the extreme right-wing groups come in with legislation that would put severe restrictions on organized labor participation.
I don't think any restrictions ought to be placed on organized labor that are not put on other groups. If they're not restrictions on other groups, I don't think they ought to be imposed on organized labor.
That's the approach to it. The next one on the Voting Rights Act.
I would not vote to extend the Voting Rights Act. I would support legislation that would give all people, regardless of race or regardless of economic status, equal opportunity to vote, equal access to the political process, and would give them equal opportunity in employment. I believe very firmly in that, whether it's sex, race, or whatever. My relationship with the people of my county, I think, has been not on a discriminatory basis, and I've been involved in things back in when I was prosecuting attorney. We were involved in my driver back around. I had to make some difficult decisions in 64 to 68 period, and because there were some people who wanted to discriminate, and they were using means that were not as they should, and I took some tough stands, and I testified in some cases in Hattiesburg and elsewhere to guarantee the equal right of access to political process. In the Damer case specifically, I testified in Hattiesburg, so I believe in equality and I believe in equal access. The Voting Rights Act has produced some problems for Mississippi. It's been punitive. I think that if you study, and I think most people in Congress who have voted for the extension of the Voting Rights Act acknowledge that in Mississippi you have a higher percentage of black people and minority groups participating in the political process than in a lot of other states that are not subject to the Voting Rights Act. So we have to take every change in Board of Supervisors district and municipal districts and every bill that we pass that applies to voting, we have to go to Washington to get approval of it. For instance, I very strongly feel that we ought to have an open primary. I think that we ought to have, that people ought to vote, that you'd have Democrats and Republicans running together, and then really where we have, now we did not put the U.S. Senate race and the congressional races we exempted for it, where you'd have party primaries in that area. And I think that's good, because here you do have a meaningful difference in Washington of what the two parties stand for. But in local elections, where everybody was running at the same time under the open primary. In Louisiana, the Justice Department approved that. In Mississippi, they denied it. Now, that to me was discrimination. It has been a punitive measure toward the people of Mississippi that we're required to go through a burdensome procedure to make any even administrative change in our law that other states don't have to do. Now, again, I reiterate, I would vote against the extension of the Voting Rights Act. I would vote for any legislation that gave all people, regardless of race, color, creed, or sex, equal access to the political process or to employment.
But you realize we wouldn't have got the Voting Rights Act in the first place if that would have been a policy. The act was passed because blacks and a lot of other people were being denied the right to register and vote.
And Claude, I have no, the position that some of our political leaders took is what caused the passing of the Voting Rights Act, the
Right.
Civil Rights Act. And there were some people who had views in the 1950s that if they had been heeded, there were some voices there, that if they had been heeded, we'd never had this.
Right.
I'm not trying to defend what was done in the past. I'm not
Right.
trying to defend
Yeah.
what brought the situation about. What I am saying is I'm saying the application of it is punitive to Mississippi at the present time.
What you're saying, if I understood you correctly, I want to make sure that I understood what you said. Now, this legislation comes up for renewal again. You'd like to see it amended whereby the state would not have to submit everything that happens in this area for approval of the Justice Department.
And
But at the same time, you'd like to preserve that part of the act that would ensure the right of minorities to participate, vote,
surely,
register and vote. Is that what you said?
Right, no problem with that at all. And I think whatever is applied ought to be applied nationwide.
Yeah.
Because despite the fact there's been some people who have taken a
Yeah.
position in other areas that we're not prejudiced and we don't have, we haven't prohibited people from participating. Well, they just lied.
Yeah.
They've got more prejudice and they've had more problem in other areas than they've had in Mississippi. We in Boston had a lot more trouble making adjustments to the racial situation. Mississippians have adjusted well. I'm not saying we haven't had problems, but we have had problems. But compared to other areas, our people have been able to, and I think one of the reasons was that even when we did have when we did have inequities, which we did have, which as you pointed out, but even then our people worked together on a first name basis and on a personal basis. And I think in some other states that they probably have had more of an appreciation for minority groups as a race, but less of an appreciation of them as individuals. Whereas in Mississippi, we've had more of an appreciation of them as individuals and not as much appreciation for them as a race as we should have. We've solved some of those problems. And I don't think Mississippi ought to be treated any different than any other state.
I think we'll agree with that. The last one,
Yes,
you want the support of the labor.
yes.
You want us to support you in the primary or the general election, all of it?
I called Ed Lowe down in Jackson the other day and I said, Ed, I want your help. And Ed said, Charlie, you know I'm on the state executive committee of the Democratic Party and I can't vote no Republican primary. I said, Ed, you can tell your friends that I'm okay and not voting for anything. So I would like the support of organized labor. I would certainly in the general election want all of the help that I could get in the organized labor. And I would, talking in the primaries, I'd want to discuss with you as to what you could do in the primaries, how much help you could be in the primary, and how many people that you think we're trying to get people involved to vote in the Republican primary. Certainly, if we could get more people involved in the vote, and this would have that effect, and we could depend on you for some help in that area, I would appreciate. I would, anything that would produce votes, I want to do, and certainly in the general election, unequivocally, I want your support. I want in any manner that we can get it. In the primary, I'd want to discuss that with you in more detail as to what you could do.
Certainly. This is an unusual thing. We've never had one
Had this
just like
situation,
this.
right?
You know, anything else you'd like to say to the group? We haven't covered it.
Right.
The question.
From what you said a while ago, I recognize that you all have a time problem, and I do too. I do have another appointment that I'm about 10 or 15 minutes late for. I have enjoyed visiting with you all. I reiterate again that one of the things that as an elected official I've tried to do the hardest is to be accessible to the people that I represent, to talk with them about their problems. And I want to reiterate again that the doors of my office in Washington as a United States Senator will be open, and you're welcome to come at any time. We'll talk about any issue that we're confronted with. Claude has mentioned to you, that my voting record in the Senate shows that I do have compassion and I try to be understanding. There are some issues that I feel rather strongly about. There are a lot of other issues that I'm willing to sit down and talk. And even on those that I feel strongly about, I'm certainly always willing to sit down and talk and to see if there's some area of accord. Because I find one of the things that Democrats have given me credit for, and I think Claude will bear this out in the legislature, is that I've been a Republican 2 out of 52. There have been 50 of those Democrats, and they jokingly say, we've got you up here to settle the disputes between the Democrats, because they get to arguing all the time. And while they're arguing and debating with one another, I come up with a solution and offer an amendment. And I dare say that the 7 years I've served in the Senate, that I've probably introduced more amendments, or as many amendments as any other member of the Senate, and that I've had a higher percentage of them that have passed. And oftentimes it's bills like the Reorganization Study Committee. The House and Senate were squabbling, and I couldn't get what I wanted, but I finally came up with what I thought the House would buy. And so I proposed a compromise amendment that would get as much of the loaf as we could get, and we passed it. The same thing was true with the highway program. The Finance Committee was arguing back and forth. And after a while, I came to a conclusion of what I thought the committee would buy, and I proposed an amendment that would do that, and we passed it. That's, I think, probably been my strength in the Senate and the legislature, is being able to figure out what people will accept and offer compromises in areas to where we could get something that did not do violence to my principles, and also was something we could get a majority of people to go along with. And I'd appreciate the opportunity to be the next United States Senator.
Senator, before you leave, are you ready to go?
I believe I am.
Okay.
Let me, can I make a statement just at the beginning?
Well, I was just gonna simply, make a statement. We appreciate you coming out to meet with us. And I'd like to also take note of the fellow you got with you.
Sleep don't hold that against me now.
Mr. Wayne Edwards, who I've known for a number of years, and just for the benefit of the committee, I'll give you a bit of information. I've been knowing Mr. Edwards for several years. He was with the Water Administration. For some time, he worked for the Cliff Finch organization, or at least the Governor Finch, for some time. And now he is now working for Maurice Stanton in the Senator campaign. So that man has probably had more experience with some of the folks running for Senate than anybody I know. I just wanted to pass that on to you for information. Anyhow, we're happy you're here, Maurice. You would like to make a statement.
Just generally, I want to say a little bit about my background. I think some of you might already know it. I come from a very poor background. I say poor. My mother and dad were clerks in the store. During the Depression, I think Dad made about $20 a week. One time less than that during the Depression. So they worked hard. All my people have always been laboring people. So I understand and appreciate the problems of a person who does have to work. I want you to know that as a background. A lot of people don't know that. And we came up I was born in my home, a little 2-bedroom home in Columbia. My mother still lives there. So I know what it is to come up under adverse times. I know what it is to have to work. I worked in the oil fields in order to get enough money to go to college. And I have a very sensitive feeling for people who have to do manual labor. And I'm very sympathetic to it. I know at one time in Mississippi, it could be hard to get a politician anytime to talk to somebody with organized labor. That's no longer true, and I think those of you know in '75 that I was very willing to come here and talk with you and share. You might not agree with everything that I say, but I will let you know where I am. And we might, on some issues, might not can agree, but on others we can, and I will also keep an open mind. I might feel one way on something, you might can change me. I'm willing to learn, I'm willing to listen. And if I am elected United States Senator, you'll always have an open door. I'll call you, you won't have to call me. And I don't have people monitoring my telephone calls. I answer them myself at home and at office too. And I'll be easily reached. And I'll be willing to listen to you at any time. Now with that background, I'm ready to talk specifics with you.
Okay, well, I start with number 2 on the question. We're all familiar with your background, politically speaking. No need to go into that one with you again. Just in passing, let me say that you made a very good impression on this group when you met with us when you ran for governor, and I think it's safe to say that many of our folks did support you in that effort. Many of us feel that you'd have made this state a damn good governor. So said that, we'll get on with the question then. Now, that question, Maurice, deals with a piece of legislation that has already passed the House. We hope that the Senate will get around to acting on it now that the Panama Canal Treaty is out of the way. And it might not even be there when you get to the Senate. We'd like to talk to you a little bit about what some of the problems are and why we're so concerned about that. We don't have to leave Mississippi to tell you where we have some real problems. We've got James Jackson here, personally, head of the Clothing Workers State Organization. We've got Curtis Orman here with the Boilermakers. Does a lot of organizing. Russell Kelly with the machinists. All of this group here have had a lot of experience in this area. We got some problems centered around the fact that even though the National Labor Relations Act guarantees people the right to organize and bargain collectively as a matter of law, we've got a situation where a group of professionals have come in on the scene that practice law in the area of advising employers how to evade their responsibilities under the Act. We'd like to take just half a minute, let them tell you some of the problems, so you'd be better informed on what we're talking about. You probably won't have to deal with it in the Senate, but again, you might. James, would you like to start it?
Yeah, Maurice, one of the things that's happened to us recently, one of the main things we're concerned about is the present law doesn't have any penalties for an employer violating the law. Just don't do it anymore. And there's no remedy for some of the violations that occurs. And very near here, down in Crystal Springs, we've got a situation that's been going 4 years. We won an election down there that was conducted by the Labor Board under the law as prescribed 4 years ago in June. We diligently tried to bargain in good faith. The company did not, and has been cited at least twice by the Labor Board for refusing to bargain in good faith. We still don't have a contract. 4 years later, and 3 weeks ago, we took those people out on strike because we had no other choice. But we still do not have a remedy under the present law for that situation. And we wasn't asking impossible agreements out of them, just normal things that all the other companies in the apparel industry has already agreed to.
Is part of this to expedite procedures?
Part of it
this, as I recall, is to expedite procedures.
Part of it is, right.
So that you can get quicker rulings and get into court and get quicker action.
I'll give you another example to expedite the part. We had a company down in New Orleans that started this route in the middle 1950s called Rudderach. They've got a plant in your hometown in Columbia. It's probably one of the most famous labor board cases in this nation. They closed the plant, fired practically everybody in it, and 20-something years later, the back pay that's been ordered by every court, including the United States Supreme Court, has never been paid. Still in litigation. And this started in the 50s sometime. It's been running more than 20 years. So this is the kind of stuff we're talking about.
I'd like to,
We'll let him Curtis Orman.
Like to elaborate
Some
just-
expenses, respectfully, like.
just a little on, first of all, excuse me, before I go into Starkville, I think, like James, we have to have some penalties, and we have to explain why we need penalties. The companies are violating the law and making money by violating the law, and making huge amounts of money by violating the law. This is, I think everybody would have to agree, is wrong. What they do when you go in to organize a place, if they see you're gonna win, they turn around and fire the leaders of that organizing committee. Now, they know this is against the law, and they know that maybe way down the road, 5 years from now, that we may have to pay them some, but like Russell Kelly says, most of the time we take these people and put them in another job. Because they got fired, we have to try to take care of them. We put them in another job where they're making $2 more an hour than they was there. So they just pay the difference in what they'd lose, and actually they didn't lose nothing. So in the meantime, the company defeats the union and saves thousands and thousands of dollars each year. So regardless of whether they have to pay them or not down the road, they've made money. and they've defeated our purpose, and therefore they are violating the law and making money by violating the law. It's happened, has happened with me in Starkville, Mississippi. Organized it 3 years ago. The company, according to the National Labor Board, not me, I filed 28 charges. They upheld 26 of the charges that they violated the National Labor Relations Act during the election, and I still won. But till this date, we have no contract. We've since then we've had charges brought against them, and they are all pending. But these original 26 that happened over 3 years ago hadn't got to the Fifth Circuit yet. They hire out-of-state lawyers, or well, whether they're out-of-state or not, to delay, just to delay taxes, you know, and try then to, while they delaying it, say, well, the union can't do nothing for you and so forth, and then get rid of the people that were in there and get people in that. And then finally, if it ever comes back, that yes, we are the bargaining unit, which labor board's already said, and you do have to bargain in good faith. You don't have anybody in there. They done got rid of all the people. And I know of some cases that went this far, and when they got back to trying to pay them, you couldn't even find the people, didn't they? So justice delayed is justice denied, and I think this is all we want is a fair toke, but we haven't been getting it under the present law.
Kelly, you got any comments that you'd like to,
Well,
you've had some similar situations?
you know, they, like Curtis and James both said, that it's a strictly economic thing with the company. They know it's in violation of law, and I know of no other group, you know, when I think you were a prosecuting attorney one time, or county attorney, or district attorney, right?
Right.
I just don't believe that when you was prosecuting people, that those people were making money because they were in violation of law. And here you got companies in violation of law that makes money off of it. Coleman and Lang out of New Orleans, Louisiana runs a campaign that this is the whole thing. As long as you don't have to sit down and bargain with a union, you're saving the money. You don't pay any increase in wages. Some of these people are talking about hadn't had an increase in wages to minimum wage catches up with them. So you're saving, you know, depending on the size of the operation. We had one in Waynesburg, Mississippi, with 600 people. And today they have fired all 17 people that was on the in-plant organizing committee. It was over a year and a half before any of them people got a raise in that plant. And it's absolutely an economic thing for some of these companies. And furthermore, the attorneys in Mississippi through this same weak law is allowing out-of-state attorneys to come into Mississippi and represent these Mississippi firms from Georgia, Louisiana, Arkansas, and they don't even have to be able to practice law in Mississippi, but they can still represent these companies for the National Labor Relations Board. And it's unreal. You would have to go work a campaign. You would have to hear what the people that is trying to organize in the plant will come and tell you that was told to them. You'll have to see the literature that's put out in some of the rural areas by the papers. I've had people from the National Labor Relations Board tell me that I should take and sue certain newspaper people because they call us communists, Marxists. The one down in Waynesburg, we'd been out there for 6 months, and he said it looked like the east end of a horse traveling west.
Well, he saw that big.
So you know, not only do some of these companies' attorneys, they even get the newspaper, and the dang law is so weak. The law takes the position, regardless of what the newspaper says about the issue, that they don't have any jurisdiction. You know, they can't say the newspaper had any influence.
don't wanna belittle the thing, but I would like to give you an actual example of where the assistant plant manager of a plant told me himself it happened. That the union came in, was organizing, and by the time the company found out about it, they got them a copy of the National Labor Relations Act and got familiar with the law. And they were going by the law, and they seen they was gonna lose. So here comes the law firm in from Atlanta and says, we think we can beat this thing for so much money if you, and after making a decision on this, they said it's two conditions. You got to pay us so much money, and the other condition is you have to do what we tell you to concerning this. And they said, okay, we'll do it. The first thing he told them to do was said, go out there and find the 3 main leaders of this group, bring them in here and fire them. The manager said, wait a minute, that's against the law. He said, you agreed to do what I told you to do. So they called him in, they fired him. Scared the rest of the bunch, and voted it down. Yes, 4 years later, we finally got these people the difference in the pay that they was making and everything, but how many thousands of dollars did they save by violating the law? When they knew they was violating the law, there was no doubt in their mind. They already knew, but the law firm that was handling it told them to violate the law.
Now I can look back at it and kindly, I laugh because I laugh to keep getting mad enough to go blow a plant up if it was not on tape or something. Some law firms will do this to you. You'll send the in-plant organizing committee's name in to the plant manager by certified mail, to where there's no doubt in his mind that he's got a group of folks in there trying to organize. They'll go out and put that list on the bulletin board under recommendations of Coleman and Lang. And now, when you're talking about putting people under this type of fear and threat and direct violation of the law, they will go out there and they'll call the first guy that you put on the list. They'll call him in to have a meeting with all the employees. We got a group of people out here that's gonna organize a union. This is their names. They ain't no good no way. To take the first one, so you fired. Take a red pencil and they'll scratch through his name. The next day, they'll call them all back together. So look at this list of folks. And so you're the next worst employee, and they mark his name off and they fire him. And then we got people like some of the present United States senators and congressmen that says that what the unions and what different people are asking for in the law before the United States Senate now is going too far. They just never been out there to see what we saw.
Maurice,
Now that's,
let me see if I can kind of sum it up for you. Again, we hope the thing is passed before you get there. If not, we simply would like a little time with you and show you a little, and talk to you a little more what this is really all about. In effect, this is what the amendments do. They do speed up the process. They put some penalties on the violators of the law. They will eliminate this stuff that Jackson's talking about on that first contract, provisions in there. No new law, simply putting teeth in existing law. Again, we hope it's out of the way before you get there. If it's still under consideration, we'd like to sit down and
No,
go
I
into
have no
the same more
problem.
detail with you.
I have no problem in expediting the National Labor Relations Act. I favor that.
Good.
I have no problem in putting some teeth in getting achieved what the law says we'll do.
Right.
It doesn't bother me a bit.
Very good.
In fact, I would favor it. I think also even, as I recall from what I've just read about it, there is some provision in there that expedites the individual complaint of individual labor, not just necessarily in organizing, but in the whole process of whether his discharge was motivated for whatever reason, but that process would be expedited. I
Speed it up.
favor that.
Speed it up. Mighty good, then. Okay, I see that you're fairly familiar with the subject anyhow. Very good. We'll get on down to the next one on the public employee situation.
Okay, without committing myself on that, I am favorable. I would have to look and see just what the act would be and what the effect of it. I have no problem extending the farm workers, depending, specifically what it said. But and generally, I can say I have no problem with that. I wanna see what it does to agriculture. Public employees, doesn't bother me.
Okay, very good. The next one's the,
I'm gonna have to reserve on that one on construction workers because I just have not got a position on that I can give you that's firm. That's, you know, that problem is fraught with a good, tough political consideration and,
Yeah.
and, I'm in sympathy with the idea of a person having a right to picket. I'm afraid of the on-situs thing that caused so much conflict this last time. Just let me stay open on that one this time. I will talk to you about it.
Tucker is with the building trades,
Would you like to give me some amplification
he
on
might,
that?
he
Okay.
might want to.
I'll be glad to hear.
Speak to it if you want.
I'd like to hear what he said.
Well, of course, I do represent construction local unions, and we feel that we should have the same right as a manufacturing plant to picket every gate on a construction job. Now, some people have gotten the idea that it's against the law to do this, and it's not against the law. The ruling was from a Moore dry dock decision that accused the building trades of boycotting someone else off the job. Well, if that's the case, then maybe when you got a picket line on a plant, you're boycotting some people there that would like to be working. You know, they'd like to be on the job. So we just feel like this. Now, it would do this, and it was a big hassle about it.
I know that.
Every construction job with it anywhere, if this thing was repealed, it would either be union or it would be non-union. We would prefer it to be this way. We don't like to go out there and work mixed up. This causes more friction and creates more problems where you got some people that are union and some non-union on the job. Now, we might lose a lot of work, but we'd be happier with what we had if it was all union or all non-union. And this is how simple it would be. We got another construction man sitting right beside you. He might want to comment
Yeah,
on
he
this.
come in since we got on it.
Yeah.
Overlooked him, like, George done.
Problem you have, under the Moore dry dock system, give the contractor permission to set your gate system. For instance, you take on the Art Planetarium now, and they picking on that job. First put on, they set the construction gate up on the backside on the creek. And the only way you could walk the picket to get out in the creek. You put the picket up for advertising, that's what it's for, advertising, let the public know that this job is being built on such down in the wedge gate. And when they put the gate in the creek, as I said, we had to walk the picket on the creek now. But nobody could see. Not even the people working on the job could see the picket line. And they would come in and set up separate gates, and they would just put a sign there saying, this is a separate gate, and you go out there and you take pictures of everybody knew the same gate, Mr. the Federal Building. This is Make a Punch on the Federal Building down there. They got separate gates down there, which all of the non-union employees supposed to use one specific gate. But then use all the gates. You go out and take pictures of them using the gate, and then you try to process it, and that's what you get.
This happens, by the way, I don't deal with that. We have a lot of construction. This happens all the time where, it'd be bad enough if the gate was up on the front like this, but you go around, you look at these gates and you say, where's the construction gate? You can't find it.
That's right.
You got, and they run through these, like he's saying, they run through these gates all the time till there comes trouble, and then they run them around through the back and through the pine thickets and everything else and get it in there, and it's just a way of getting around the law. And I'm full in agreement with it, is that one person has a right, the other should have a right to.
Okay, can we
Let's
get down
keep
to
it
the
open
next
mind.
one? Maurice, I think you understand what we're talking
I
about.
do.
On that one,
See,
on that C,
at the present time, I'd have to say no. I do not believe, at the present time, I understand that's right to work, and to leave it on a state level, am I correct on
well,
that?
14B is the section of the Taft-Hartley that makes possible so-called right to work law.
Mhm.
second part of that question, if you want to leave it as it is, would you be in favor of amending the law whereby an agency shop provision would be legal in a collective bargaining agreement? Perhaps I ought to ask one
I'm not
of the
sure what that
members
means.
to elaborate on that. James, you.
Yeah, well, what agency shop means is some states has passed what's known as an agency shop law. And all it does really is to, if you have that in the state and in your collective bargaining agreement, then it permits the union to collect fees from the people that's not members for services rendered. See, the federal law forces labor unions to represent all the people in the unit, whether they ever join a union or not. And you can have a non-union person file a grievance that you have to carry all the way to the courts or arbitration. And under the Mississippi setup, the local union involved has to bear all of that cost, because we are obligated by federal law to represent that fellow. And all this agency shop would do, that he would contribute a fee that would be equal to the dues that the people pay, solely for the purpose of representation, for no other reason.
That's what we get now.
Other than that, they just riding free, you know. It's like 10 paying and 1 don't.
The law requires the union to represent everybody in the bargaining unit. You got a right to work law and people can ride free. But they come to the union then to file a grievance, and the union has to spend, in some cases, several $1,000s with an arbitration case. That individual has paid nothing into the kitty. And, we don't think it's right.
He gets
I'll
all
keep
the
an open
benefits.
mind on that.
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
keep an open mind.
All right, on the next one.
At present
D.
time, I would oppose placing labor unions under the antitrust law. I don't see the need for it in the present time.
Well, there's some groups around that advocate it from time to time. We don't see an immediate threat, but we wanted to get your position on in case it does come up. This one, item 3, is dealing primarily with the foreign import problem, which I'm sure you're fairly familiar
Yes,
with.
and my answer to that question is yes.
Okay.
I have no problem with that at all.
Okay. Item 4, dealing with medical care.
I recognize the need of an adequate medical care, health care program for the United States. I'm very concerned about the cost of it, as I think you would be too, and the method by which it's to be paid. As I understand it at this time, and of course I need to study it more and be more familiar with it. There are basically 2 acts presented before Congress. One is a comprehensive health plan as proposed by Senator Kennedy, and as I understand that bill, just simply or roughly, is it provides for a comprehensive program that would cost approximately $130 billion by 1980, with the bulk would be paid by the employer and employee. I don't think that burden could be carried. The other one is a catastrophic health insurance policy, which I understand would have a limit that would really prevent a person from being thrown into bankruptcy because of health adversity. And it, as I understand, would cost about $16 billion by 1980 and would be principally financed by general revenue. I would favor the catastrophic bill as opposed to the comprehensive.
Anybody got questions in addition to this? Madam the committee and
I would like to see comprehensive, but I just think it's gonna be too burdensome on the.
I think the cost is too
I
great.
think it costs us too much. And the burden is gonna be paid, as I understand it, as much on the employee as the employee.
Well, we're all very concerned about this, as you,
Yeah.
I'm sure you know, we've got programs, Medicare and Medicaid, Medicaid to take care of the indigents, Medicare for the retired people
Yeah.
on Social Security, the middle income groups still working, we're paying the bill for everybody. We got hospitalization insurance negotiated with the unions and the companies. Every time one of our members goes to the hospital, he has to pay a hunk of money out of his pockets in addition to that. So we're concerned about the total problem. I think your position, as you stated, is a good one.
I just would like to say this, figures do, may not lie, but they confuse people a whole lot.
It could be.
And that they'll tell you that, well, most people, at work has got a medical insurance, paid by the employer. This is not true, first of all. That yes, the employer pays it. It'd be silly for a union not to negotiate it, whether they'd pay it, because we don't pay no tax on it that way. But each time we negotiate, that comes right out of the total
It's your total
package.
package.
And a lot of people don't look at it that way, but we have to pay every time we negotiate, and every time it goes up, well, they tell us this costs more, so this is gonna be more of your total package.
So you take less in wages.
You take less in wages, but of course you come out better because you don't have to pay
Pay
income
tax.
tax on it.
This take care of that?
Yeah.
All right, on number 5, Maurice, of course, I'm sure, familiar with the fact that, these are two, matters that are of vital concern to working people. Unemployment comp, which we hope we never need, but we do. And of course, workman's compensation, dealing with injuries on the job. As you know, we have, over the last few years, we've made some improvement in both of these laws at the state level. But the question we're asking here is, of course, it's self-explanatory, that we feel there's certain federal standards that state laws should meet in these areas. And this is our question: would you favor minimum standards by which the unemployment and workman's compensation would operate at the state level?
I have to keep an open mind on that. I wanna see what the actual result, would be with the minimum standards. What would it do to the various states? And whether or not the administration and availability of funds of getting it achieved. Of course, the standardized program, I think, would be preferred. A specific, legislation establishing the minimum standards, I'd have to stay open on that at this time.
Okay, then we go down to 6.
Okay, no problem on that.
On education.
I am in favor of federal investment in education because I do believe that, from my personal experience of the importance of providing education for people in low and middle income brackets. And in many states, like as you cite there, we spend a large portion of our dollar in Mississippi on education in the State of the Union, and yet it's totally inadequate. If we did not have the federal programs in Mississippi education today, we just would not have the program that we do have, which is inadequate as it is, but it'd be even greater. How much? I notice some of the education people want to target 30% or something like that. I'm not going to tie down on the percentage, but I do want to see continued effort of the federal government in education, in special education classes for those who have prior backgrounds, to give them a better start. I would favor, as well as in those programs, to give the exceptionally talented child an opportunity to reach his potential. So I have no problem with that. I also am very firmly committed to the proposition that there should be tax breaks for middle-income people who have children in college. It's a devastating thing. I had 3 children in college at one time last year, and I was not. I was a professional man earning a decent income, and it during you broke me. And that's true. It used all the savings I had.
Yeah, I know. We've all been, some of us spent through it.
And I don't see how a fellow with a couple of kids in college making a middle income can survive. I borrowed money and went in my savings to do it. So I think there should be a tax break, and I'm definitely committed to that.
Mr. Denton, how do you feel about federal aid to education remaining under the HEW agency?
As opposed to the Department of Education.
Or some other separate agency.
I don't have any strong feeling. I'm familiar with the problem. You're talking about creating a separate Department of Education. I really don't have any strong feeling. I'm just aware of that is in the wind. I'm aware of the fact that the separate department is being considered as a part of the reorganization. I don't have any strong feelings on it one way or the other, to tell you the truth. I really don't.
But as a member of the Senate, you try to.
Oh, yeah, I'd find out
Well,
more
thank
about
you.
what's involved in it.
Good, though, in terms of getting more money into education in the
Absolutely.
state, into the state.
And more benefits
More
to
benefits, right.
to the individual who has
Right,
children involved in the educational process.
right. Well, I think you stated this, Richard, real good on that one. The next one is on tax reform.
I have no problem with that at all. I'm absolutely in favor of it. There was an article in the paper the day before yesterday, written by some tax expert in California. And he was talking about how the whole thing of the tax situation, of how the wealthy person could employ and go into foreign trust, loan money to himself and write the whole thing off. That's absolutely criminal. And that is what I want to see eliminated. I really am committed to that.
Very good. The next one, item 8.
All right. I am committed to federal programs to provide jobs for particularly the underprivileged, deprived, and that is, as I understand, the greatest portion of unemployment exists upon the minority, perhaps a majority of black males. I am committed to programs in the federal government to alleviate that situation, to be targeted to do that. I think that's the most crucial need. I'm not yet willing to commit myself on the overall Humphrey Hawkins full employment bill. I cannot commit myself on that. I am committed to targeting in on the most crucial unemployment problems as I see it.
Okay. 9, energy situation.
Well, the energy situation, of course, is so complex, I don't think about, I don't necessarily agree that an oil shortage never existed and present prices was contrived by the major oil companies to increase their lucrative profits. I don't necessarily agree with that statement. I do believe that we have an abundance of oil here today and now. I think it very rapidly be depleted. I don't think it was something that was contrived. And I think if we don't carefully see that we will have none. We have plenty right now. There's really an overstory in California. We have shut-in wells in Mississippi. And then you might as well know my position on this. I do favor deregulation. And I favor deregulation because I think it'll increase production. And I don't, and I think really it would be to the benefit of this section of the country that we deregulated. But I would like to see us move more rapidly in the field of energy to developing alternate sources. And I'm not opposed to development of nuclear sources with proper controls. I'm not afraid of that because we've got to find a cheaper source of energy than depending on what we are. I'd like to see us make a greater effort in development of solar energy. And I think we can. I think if we could put man on the moon with that same effort, we could find a cleaner, cheaper energy source. And I think that's one of our most crucial problems. But I don't know how you feel, but I'm less than fair if I'm not candid with you and tell you that I do favor deregulation.
Let me ask a question on that. Being as you favor deregulation, would you be in favor of
Excess
profit
Yes,
tax on
yes,
that?
yes.
And in other words, but let them put that back into exploring for
Excess
other.
profit tax, yes.
Yeah. Well, I think that's good that you brought that out.
Yeah, well, I don't
While
want
you're in favor of deregulation, you also would be
excess profit tax too, because that would prevent,
yeah.
the high cost of energy. That would reduce it down. If they had to pour it back in, that would in itself result in more energy development.
No energy development,
Right.
fine, but if
But the excess profit tax would have the same effect.
Okay, I think you pretty well explained the position on that one. Can we get on to the next one, item 10?
Efforts still being made by various to deny organized land participate fully in the political economy voting. Yes.
We don't have an immediate threat.
I don't
There are
think
some
we do.
groups around that keep trying to come up with legislation that would, tie our hands in the political process.
I would be
You-
opposed to that.
Okay. some of that
Not
already.
enough,
in your
I need to be
campaign
perfectly plain, I have
Right.
done a great deal of thought on this and consideration. I must say to you that I think the Voting Rights Act, brought a great deal of necessary change to this country. Probably, and I'm being perfectly candid with you, I probably, when this thing came up in 1965, would have probably voted against it. I think it has corrected a great wrong. I do not believe that it would be in the best interest to extend it. I think what it has done is good. I am committed to preventing prejudice, preventing anyone from voting because of race, creed, color, or sex. I am for continued requirement that there be completely open process in voter registration. I think we have that in this state now. I think the act, though, is designed to penalize just one section of the country. And if it were to be extended, it should be extended to the whole country. I don't think they'll do that. So the Voting Rights Act as it exists now, I would be opposed to the extension.
Let me see if I understand what you said. You would be in favor of continuing that part of the act that ensures the right of minorities to register and vote and participate in the political process.
I'd have no objection to that
Right.
at all.
The part of the act that you seem to be concerned about is those sections that require the state of Mississippi and other states under the act
To have
submit
every act that they,
legislation that's passed for approval by the Justice Department. That's a part of it.
that's the
you're
part I
worried
do not like. I do not like it because it's not even equally administered, as I understand.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's any longer necessary. And I think that if there is an law which is passed that is discriminatory, we have the processes of the court. And, of course, I know the court process is sometimes slow, but yet it is process. And, you might not like it, but that's my position on it.
Well, you've already acknowledged, I think, that the act was needed in the beginning, that it did.
And I'm being honest too to say, I
Yeah.
don't know what I'd have done in '65. I would
Yeah.
like to think I would have had courage to do the right thing. But I know what the climate was in 1965, and we might as well be honest about that. I admire the courage of the people who did have it, and I would hope that I have that courage. But I don't know what I'd have done in 1965, and I don't want to be sanctimonious in saying what I would have done when I don't know what I would have done in 1965.
But as a member of the Senate, you do what you could to
I will do
make
what
sure
I can.
everybody had equal
Yes,
access
sir.
to the polling place.
Yes, sir, I would.
I think that's the main thing we want out of you here. is
And I
your
think if the
position on that.
situation would arise again in this section,
Yeah.
or in any other section of the country where a group was being deprived, then I would favor legislation that would correct it.
Mighty good. I think, from my point of view, I think he's answered the question. Does any of the other members of the committee have a question?
Number 12 is yes.
Number 12 is yes. Is there, I'm assuming that you would want our help in both the primary and the general
Yes.
election?
Yes, sir. Now and later.
Now and later?
Openly?
Open.
All right. Well, Mr. Denton, I think you've done a good job, a forthright job of answering our questions here. We'll see if we got any questions from a member of the committee. It's not on the questionnaire, and then find out if you got a statement or a question from you. Anybody on the committee got a question? Cecil?
Well,
Once again, I'd like to go back to question number 2C, which is 14B. No, you did not answer the question. No, you say you would get back to it after you studied. But do you feel?
14, section 2B?
It's 2C.
Oh,
2C.
2C.
Bad policy.
Okay, yeah.
You did not answer the question. Only you say you would, study it and get back on it. Do you, I'd like to ask you this,
I think I did. I mean, I think I said that I would vote no to repeal of section 14.
Oh, you did? Okay.
That's
He
what
said
I
he'd
got.
keep an open mind on
Yeah.
agency shop
Yeah.
part.
I would keep an open mind for
Right.
more education on the agency shop.
That's what I have seen.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask
I
this,
think
but-
I'd much rather deal with a man that tells me how he feels and wishy-washy around him and you not know where I am.
Well, the
If you disagree with me and you know where I stand, you know how to talk to me or how to maybe work anyway.
Proponents of right to work have done a good job of misleading the American people
I'm sure that's true.
for what this whole thing is all about, and I'm sure once you fully understood the thing, that you'd agree with our position, but it might be a political liability to come out in this election and say you think 14B ought to be repealed. I understand.
Claude, if I
what
went
you're
out
saying.
and agreed with everything you said here and ran for United States Senate, I wouldn't be elected. You wouldn't have an electable council.
Let me make a statement or two. I think this is a thing that we fell into this trend. You remember how we got this infamous law and how it got in our Constitution? And I've said this to other people here today. We're not very proud of being number 50. We was number 48 and then 49 and number 50. And you look at the other states that don't have this on their books. The right to work for less law is not worth nothing to this state, to the working people, see. It simply gives these people the right to work you for what they want you to have in conjunction with what we talking about organizing. So, we'd like to see someday that this thing, somebody will say, let's get rid of it.
What's gonna happen down the road? Mississippi is trying to get jobs. They're trying to steal industry for others, and this is an attractive bait to get them here. Eventually, we're gonna be industrialized, and then we're gonna be not industrialized, we're gonna have more industry, we're gonna have more work. And, then it's gonna be a different situation.
We are an industrial state now.
We're becoming more and more.
That's right, we're not a
We're
farming state,
no.
you know.
But we're still seeking industry, and this is an attractive bait that's thrown out. We might as well face it.
Workers
It's
But
an
eventually-
unethical way to sell us cheap, that's what it comes to.
That's absolutely correct. But eventually, that's gonna change.
No,
Let me say two statements here. First of all, if we could get some reform on the National Labor Relations Act, we could handle the 14B.
So too, I think it's.
But I would love to see this thing voted out for one reason, because of the title. The title is where they got it in there, and they misled everybody. And I well remember when it was put in the Constitution of the state of Mississippi, my dad, I came home and asked, he said, by the way, what is this right to work deal? And I said, Dad, you didn't vote for that. He said, I did vote for it, put it in the Constitution. Said, I asked somebody what it was, and they said, don't you think every man should have a right to work? And this is the way, and you'd be surprised. I was interviewing candidates over in Columbus one night and asked a candidate, he's supposed to have been kind of leaning towards labor, and I asked him what did he think about the right to work, and he said he thought everybody ought to have a right to work.
That's misleading, it's deliberately done.
But if we could get the reform that we needed.
You put the hammer on the nail when you said it's victimizing and utilizing cheap labor or people who work in order to get jobs here.
We have some locals in one of them there in West Point where we have every member in there in the union except one. So he wouldn't help us none in there.
Maurice, I know you got a tight, busy schedule.
I've got all the time you want.
Appreciate you coming out.
Excuse me.
Meet with us, wait a second.
He got it.
Louis got one?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Louis, turn it.
Don't you think in a state that has the right to work law, don't you think you stand a better chance of getting undesirable industries for people in your state than you would if you didn't have that law? For instance, I've been doing some organizing in the Iuka area, and I ran up on a group of fellows I was talking to, the contractor they're working for, the weeks he feel that they've done a good job, he's paying $3 an hour. The weeks he think they haven't done a good job, he's paying $2.75. Do you think that was right? Well, that's kind of simple.
Well, we should say undesirable industry. There are some industry we'd be better off without, no question. But in some sections of the state, they're becoming more selective in the type industry. And I like to see us become more that way. There are some say, you go down in Greene County and George County and anything is better than nothing in that area, in some of those areas. I'm talking about the lowest paid jobs in the world, they don't have anything.
I live
But-
in those two counties.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
They got a garment factory in each county.
They all work in the shipyard.
Well, that's.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's the
I-
lowest
but,
paid industry.
that'd be, but,
And they not organized,
No.
James.
They all
Well-
work in the shipyard, don't they? They run them buses
Their
there.
husbands.
but, I think we're becoming more selective in most of the areas, and I think we should be.
We have,
In fact,
started and established an industrial park in George County. And the guy that's heading it up, I was about the third person he called. He said he's the one that headed this thing up at Kosciuszko, Mississippi and developed that. And he said, I fought unions, I had a damn heart attack. And he said, I'm not gonna have no more heart attacks, I've got too old, we want you to serve on the committee. So when, these companies asked us, what about the union climate? We're gonna say, this is labor's representative, you're on the committee. And I like to have a heart attack when he said that.
Mr. Dent, I'm sure that you recognize that a lot of the kinds of legislation and programs that we are interested in is not just for the benefit of people who are organized. I think that it helps more the unorganized than it does the organized, because to some degree where we are successfully organized and recognized, we are able to negotiate many things with the employer for the organized people. So basically a lot of the things will benefit just working people in general throughout
That's
the
right.
state who are not union members. And one comment you made that I can appreciate your position on is that I hope we're becoming more selective about the type of industries that we're trying to attract to our state, because whenever I think about it, it kind of sticks heavily in my craw that under the Waller administration as governor, there was a book compiled by the R&D Center called Mississippi. I'm sure you've seen a copy of it. And it was compiled at the expense of the taxpayer. And a large portion of this book, was allocated to attract industry by showing them that the people in Mississippi are ignorant. You know, they'll work for nothing. You come over here while the pastures green, get fat. And by the time the year comes that they start thinking positively, you got rich and you can get the dough, you know. And, you know, these are the kind of things that really hurts us, because I think it speaks very bad for our state.
For state.
And to give you an example of how that book was utilized, a friend of mine out of Texas had a friend of his who was an industrialist to write the state an actual copy of this book. You know, they weren't supposed to get it in the hands of people like us, but we finally got something. And instead of him mailing that book, do you know they flew a person all the way to Texas at the expenses to take that damn book.
Well, let me say that too.
Wayne,
I would like very much, talking about, I would like very
you
much
might
that I
know
was,
what I'm talking about.
that I'd have the opportunity of mailing to labor, to your mailing list, so I can let you know of what I'm doing, and you can have benefit. I'd like very much to have that. I want the open communication and be able to.
Maurice, we've got to interview several other candidates yet. We will probably make a decision, termination, after we talk to the candidates in terms of what we're gonna do, if anything, prior to the primary. I would suggest something like this to you. I'm assuming that Wayne Edwards is the man for me to deal with on a day-to-day basis. We need to try to get you, let you hold yourself open on the
6 a.m. and we're mainly involved in meetings. Yeah, I understand y'all would take the position that you would not endorse anybody in the primaries.
We haven't made a decision yet. We're wide open. You ready to go?
Yes, sir, fair down.
Well, Governor, Mr. Waller,
Call me Bill.
We appreciate you coming out meeting with us. And we'll try to be as brief as we can. And we want to hear from you more than us talking to you. Now, the first question there is, we know the answer to that one, so we won't bother with that one. We'll come down to number 2, where we're talking about the need to put some teeth in the present National Labor Relations Act. Are you familiar with that?
Well,
We're talking about there. Now,
I'm
the
vaguely familiar with it.
the legislation has passed the House, is presently waiting on Senate action. We hope that the Senate will dispose of it before this session's over. And it might well be that you won't have to deal with the matter when and if you go to the Senate. But we still would like for you to understand what the problem is in the event it's not disposed of by January of next year. We've got a couple of folks here that have had considerable experience in the area of organizing. And I'd like to call on James Jackson, the state director of the Clothing Workers Union, tell you about some of his experiences. Curtis Allman has had some, Russell Cut, several people here. So we'll let him lead off.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Is this the bill that we know as a labor reform bill?
Right.
Correct.
Right.
That's it.
Well,
It's an administration-sponsored bill.
Well, our experience is that the law has no teeth in it for violators. And even though you follow the prescribed procedure and go through a labor board election as required by law, and you win, then this doesn't always ensure you a contract. Companies just develop these long delays, and there's no penalty for delay or for violation. And we have a case in point that's very near here, down Crystal Springs, Mississippi. 4 years ago this June, my union won an election in that plant. We have negotiated very diligently during that 4 years. The labor board has cited them for refusing to bargain in good faith at least twice, and we still don't have a contract. And about 3 weeks ago, those people came out on strike as a desperate last-ditch attempt to try to solve the problem. But all the penalty in the law is don't do it anymore. In the meantime, they destroy your union while you're going through all this process. We think there should be some penalty for a company that willfully violates again and again and again and is cited again and again.
This is not new law, it simply puts some teeth in existing law. The penalty is not severe enough on those employers that go out of the way to violate the law. We've got a number of prominent law firms that have become quite wealthy in advising employees how to evade the law. And they're not all in New Orleans, a few of them here in Jackson. You know several of them personally.
But I don't do that kind of law practice.
No, I said,
No, you don't.
but you know some of these attorneys that we're talking about.
Well,
What we're saying is that we're gonna let Orman there elaborate on this a little bit, where the employer feels it's cheaper to fire people involved in a campaign where they're exercising their rights supposed to be protected by law. The employer, acting under advice of counsel, finds that it's cheaper to fire these people, even though he might have to reinstate them 4 or 5 years later. That's what we're talking about. Okay, Curtis, elaborate on it a little bit.
I think this is important. This is the only law I know of that you can make money by violating it. The employer can actually make money by violating the federal law and is not punished for it. Let me give you an example. You start a campaign, you got a winner and the company knows this, and they get one of these firms in, and the firm tells them, said, fire these people, fire these leaders. They said, well, that's against the law. That's all right. You fire them anyway. Now, I'll incorporate some of Brother Kelly's. When they fire these people, we kind of feel that it's our fault. So we try to get them a job in another plant, sometimes making $2 an hour more than they was making in that plant. And all they've got to do, if 5 years, 3 to 5 years down the road, they have to pay them all they have to do is pay them the difference in what they would have made at the plant and what they made. Sometimes that is nothing. They have destroyed, when you fire the leaders, the others said, well, the rep or the business agent told us that the law would protect us. When you fire the leaders, they said, well, they must have lied to us, because you see they fired them. And they destroy it, and by not paying what we would normally negotiate for 5 or 6 years, they could pay 10 people. And so they are actually making money by violating the law. And the firms will tell, and I know this for a fact, I ain't guessing, the firms will tell them, you can save money by going ahead and paying this out down the line. Now, I'll give you an example, and to show you that this is not just J.P. Stevens, although they're a big party to it. Right in Starkville, Mississippi, I organized this place, and the company violated the law according to the National Labor Relations Act, not the court and the board, not according to me. I thought they violated it 28 times. The board issued complaints and said they violated it 26 times during the election. But I still came out the winner. And this has been 3 years ago. We've had, this is still appealed. They fired people, they laid people off on account of their union activities and everything else, and this is still in appeal for the Fifth Circuit Court. And those people, 17 of them, when they raised the minimum wage the last time, 17 of them got a raise. And those people, justice delayed is justice denied. And I just don't think it's right for people to be able to make money by violating the law. And this law is good. If we didn't have people that were getting around it, the average person, I'll be the first to say that would, if they went to what the intent of the law was, it'd be fine. But they know, like James said, that if they get caught, all they're going to do is slap them on the hand and say, don't do that no more. And that is no it's nothing for a man that's put out and without work and everything else. When he thinks he's got a law, he better be better off without anything unless it could be enforced. Now, everybody is saying that, well, in this labor reform, it says if they appeal the thing and it gets down here later and find out they were guilty, pay them twice as much as they would normally get. And that's unreasonable. That's not unreasonable because of them making money off of this deal. And the man, if you can live without eating for 6 months, you don't need no food.
Governor, we can give you all kinds of examples. We got the situation across the river at Alice Chalmers where the UAW was involved. There was a total of 44 people fired in the course of that campaign. It took 4 years for that one to run its course and get all the people reinstated, and then they had the problem of finding. We could just go on and on, a whole series of them. The main thing we wanted you to give you some idea about what we're talking about. And if the legislation hasn't passed the Senate by the time you get there, we'd like to, at that point, sit down and frankly go over this thing with you in more detail. But we did want you to have some idea about what we're talking about. Okay?
Yeah, well, I'm ready to answer if you
Okay.
ready. Okay, when I got out of the governor's office a little over 2 years ago, I had 5 kids, 3 of them in college. I was broke and in debt, so I went to work, and I didn't have the time to keep up with the progress of federal legislation. I ordered a copy of the labor reform bill, and it's several hundred pages long. I don't know whether any of you have ever read it or looked at it, and I have it in my office, but I have not frankly read it. So just to put statements made here in principle that a law that, first, that doesn't have a static, formula for a penalty in it is not a very good law. Also, that slow justice is no justice, and in the period of time that I've been practicing law, I've seen many injustices wrought on the working man because he can't afford to wait. He has a workman's compensation case, or he got hurt in an automobile wreck, and he has to forfeit 100% and take 25% because his wife and kids are starving to death. And I would support a reasonable and justiciable amendment to any law, A, for speed, and B, for penalty.
Very good. We can now go down to item A on that one, on dealing with extending the coverage to public employees for farm workers. You got any thoughts on that?
Well, I don't have a direct answer on that right now, Claude. I'm a supporter of the Public State Employees Association, which is an ad hoc organization for state employees. I've been a speaker at their last 2 annual meetings, and I'm in favor of the rights being extended uniformly to a working man, whether he's driving a tractor, running a typewriter, for a public entity such as a city or state. But I don't know enough about the subject to answer. For example, I don't know the attitude of the average, I don't know, of course, I'm not conversing with a farm worker, and I probably shouldn't say this as it relates to them, but I was of the impression that the SEAM, which is the call letters on the state association, was in favor of its own independent organization outside of and not necessarily related to the NLRB. Now, I'd have to hedge on that. I'm not, I have never been a wishy-washy individual, but that's about the best I can do right now. I support the organization that they have now, and I realize that certain farm workers need to be brought in, but I'd rather defer an answer on that for specific, definitive statements right now.
Okay. The next one is the undecided spicketed one, B. You wanna deal with that one? Picketing light for construction workers.
Well, I realize that that's an articulate question, but I thought they had picketing rights. Would you explain it?
Tucker is out of construction unions. He's the man most familiar with the situation. We'll ask him to explain it to us.
Well, Bill, I'm not the only one here that, represents construction workers, but, we have this problem of, jobs being let to, what we call open shop or non-union contractors. Sometimes it's a mixed job. Some of the crafts are union and some are not. Okay, if you get in a problem of picketing, then, they will just automatically designate gates for construction workers and even name the contractors and subcontractors that you work for and restrict you to picketing to this one gate, which destroys your effectiveness of a picket line. Now, this thing has come about by a decision from the Supreme Court. It's not a law, it's the Moore Dry Dock decision, which holds that you can't boycott other people on a job. Okay, now what we feel like in the construction industry is that if a plant can go on strike, put up picket lines at every gate, maintain them as long as they're peaceful, then we should have the same right.
I don't have any argument with uniformity, but if you're just talking about peaceful picketing, I don't have any problem with that. I'm sorry I appear to be so stupid, but I thought I've met with a lot of labor leaders, a lot of stewards, and this question's never come up before, so and I don't see why it should differ depending on who's picketing.
failed to mention the fact that Louis Turner there is also out of the construction.
The question is, before us is, if this bill should come before you, would you support this bill that would give us this right? Of course, if we're not, peaceful Picketing, there's law to deal with us on this, see.
Same bill that, they voted on when, this year or first of last year? Last year. President, Ford promised to sign and then veto.
Yeah, the bill passed the Senate and the House, and it was
Passed
vetoed
Senate
by
and
Ford.
the House, and Ford did promise Labor that he would sign it, but when it got up there, he vetoed it.
And you're saying that the picketing rules, interpreted, by the National Labor Relations Board are different.
For industrial workers as
And-
compared to
and
construction, yes.
Construction work.
Boy, I don't know. Of course, let me answer it in a general way. As far as I'm concerned, a worker's right is a worker's right. I don't see why it should be distinguished.
That's the way we feel about it. All right, can we go to C? 14B.
I would probably not be, in favor of repealing the Taft-Hartley Act.
That's 14B of Taft-Hartley. Now, that's a section that brings about right to work. The next part of that thing, if you are not favor of repealing that, we wanna know how you feel on a agency shop provision. Under the present setup, the law requires a union to represent all of the people in a bargaining unit where their members are not. The end result of all that is that, unions are called upon quite often to spend dues money to process a grievance for a non-member. We feel if we're gonna have to represent him, you ought to have pay the freight. And the agency shop thing would simply be negotiable with the employer, whereby an arrangement would be made for them to pay a fee to the local for representation. That's what we're talking about on the agency shop.
Okay, 14B says that a man who doesn't want to join a union has the right to work.
14B says that a union security clause in a collective bargaining agreement is legal, provided a state doesn't pass a law making it illegal. And that brings about the so-called right to work thing. The states then turn around and pass a so-called right to work law. That's a misnomer, right to work is. But the only thing that the right to work law does is prohibit an employer and a union from negotiating a union security clause in an agreement. It says in effect that after a certain period of time, the employee will be expected to join the union it represents them. Now, that's all right to work's all about. But it prohibits us in this state from negotiating the union security clause. Yet the freeloader, the non-member, can come to James Jackson and demand representation, and under the law, he has to represent
You
him.
can sue me in court if I don't,
Then he
for
turns
failure
around
to
and
properly
spends-
represent.
He turns around and spends dues money going to arbitration for that freeloader. And, we don't think it's right. And if we can't get 14B repealed, we think we ought to at least have the right to negotiate an arrangement that I've outlined to you.
There's only 19 states out of the 50 that have right to work laws. In the rest of the states, then the federal law does prevail. But in the 19 states, Mississippi being one of, then the state law supersedes the federal law in effect.
See, the National Labor Relations Act says that once a unit is certified as the bargain unit, you have to represent every person in that unit. regardless.
In Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
This is a federal law that says you've got to represent every person that works in that plant that's in that unit, regardless of whether they belong to the union or not. And we have a lot of people that doesn't have anything against the union. They'll be the first.
Which in effect says that the benefits, that y'all negotiate, inure to the benefit of the non-union member
Correct.
without any.
Right.
Well,
Not
in
only-
addition to
not-
that,
not
the
only
continual
that-
representation of that worker, not just a negotiation.
Not only that, if he comes to you and say, I've got a grievance, the company's done something against me, and he's got background on it, you have to present that grievance to management and go all the way to arbitration, which costs thousands of dollars to represent him, and he's not paying a thing.
Okay, as Claude says, he's a freeloader now.
That's exactly.
All right, now what,
This would
I'm
only,
trying to grasp what the technical words of the change would be.
all it would say is that he would have to pay to the union for their services
Services.
a fee according to the union dues. He wouldn't have to belong to
Equal
the
to the
union,
dues.
but he would have to pay his fair share of the representation that he was getting. It's the same thing as if you were compelled as a lawyer, if I came to you, I wasn't paying you nothing, but if I came to you, you got to represent me and represent me just like you do your clients as paying.
Same principle.
Same principle.
Well, I think I would support it if the, on grievances. I'm not sure that we could,
Well,
we would assess them on a blanket pay raise.
all right. The thing about it, Governor, what we're talking about is amending the law making it possible for unions and employees to negotiate this in the collective bargaining agreement. We're not saying it to law to make it mandatory. We want it negotiable.
It'd still be subject to.
It'd still be
Still be
subject
subject to
to
an
the
agreement between the unions and the
agreement
company.
between the majority of the people and the company.
Yeah, I understand.
Sure be nice, though, if they had to pay for the grievance.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sad part of it is, they've got rights to sue you if you don't. They can take you before the labor board or the courts
That's right.
in a suit for failure to properly represent. Then you gotta
Do
defend
y'all
that.
actually run into that, though?
Yes,
You've
sir.
had
Yes,
several
sir,
cases
yes,
here
sir.
recently.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you what I had
Lieutenant.
let me tell you what I had a slimy bastard do. He came by the office Monday. Not only did he have a grievance, he had got some of the grievance forms, and I don't know where he got it from, but I'll be finding out. And he had filed himself a grievance, not the union, stood to nobody else. When he walked out of the office, the secretary said, you know, that guy's not even in the union. And he had filed it himself, signed it in the place of the shop steward, and brought it to the office, said, I want you to process my grievance.
And if you fail
If
to,
you
they'll
fail,
drag you to
they'll
the
tear
court.
you up.
But if I knew he was not in the union, I would have embarrassed him, I would have got my date in court,
Well,
right then.
I think I can work with y'all on that one.
Okay. I felt like you could.
Tough problem for us to
Being a
have.
lawyer, member of the legal profession, I thought you would.
Yes.
Yeah, they
Okay,
got a
we'll move
they
to
got
the
a
next
closed shop, haven't they?
Right.
Yeah.
We'll move to the next one, the question of putting unions under the antitrust law. We don't have anything confronting us right now, but there are some groups in this country keep talking about putting unions under antitrust laws. And if you're in the Senate, this matter comes up, we'd like for you to oppose it. That's what we're saying.
I never heard this. Y'all, it's almost like, you know, walking into a snowstorm here. I never heard of this before.
Antitrust law?
I don't see how that could apply, and I don't think.
They
I'd
had
be
some
for it.
bills not too long
Oh,
ago to
you'd
bring
be
that into being,
surprised.
they
We
just
got
didn't
some,
pass.
Some of these right-wing groups, that's one of their babies, is putting
Yeah, we
unions
got
under
some of these
antitrust
folks
laws.
set up nights
that
trying to
doesn't-
come up with stuff.
That doesn't appeal to me.
Good. The next one, item 3, question 3, is dealing with primarily with the foreign imports problem. And it's getting, we can cite you several cases that shut
Well,
down.
I am
Mississippi.
familiar with that because
Yeah, I'm sure you would be.
I worked the factories, people type campaign, and, this is, so serious that I think it'd be a top issue in this campaign. We are aware that the Mexican and Central American and Far East, labor markets are closing plants in Mississippi. And, I would, work for the passage of legislation at the federal level which would put, import taxes, just like our goods that are exported are taxed, to where the competition of our labor would be equal to or better than, anything that comes in. Would you believe that of all the plywood plants we got in Mississippi, and about 70% of our land is in something growing, trees, that I saw a load of Korean plywood on Mississippi highways yesterday.
No
Don't
kidding.
surprise me.
And some of the jobs in the lumber industry in Mississippi are just about as vital as anything from
Right.
the guys running the chainsaw on out to the man that's working in the lumber mill. So, my simple solution to it, of course, it's more complex than this, is a basic, when you got labor-intensive imports, they put a slap of tax on it, equivalent to an equalization of the wage rates, because our economy is geared to pay the price of a decent wage rate for consumer goods, and you probably find, some of you probably got Italian shoes on, or El Salvador shirts or something, so,
Getting harder and harder to find them, it's not from there though.
right.
Right.
So I think it's one of the more critical problems, and I'll be addressing that. I did, and if you heard the early morning news, it was a statement I made in Raleigh yesterday, so I've already got a public position on that.
Well, you've got a very good one, I must say, and apparently you give them out of sincere thought.
Well, I wouldn't be in politics, Claude, if it wasn't for the needs of the working people. And that's where the challenge of public service lies, and that's what I'm dedicated to.
Well, it appears to me that you've answered that one in a good fashion. We'll go down to 4.
I support a catastrophe provision in some type of national insurance program where it may, at a certain level, it's not exactly like flood insurance that you have on your property now, which is a federally supported program. But if it couldn't be worked out with private industry, that a working man would have some cap on what his medical expenses would be in the event of a catastrophe. Now, I'm not, and I don't want to make any statements inconsistent here, and then you read in the paper something later. I'm not sold on the proposition of the federal government taking over health care completely. I try to be objective, and I'm not closing the door on a conceptual design which would lead into that, but I have a strong position on health care that I've publicly aired to some extent, and I think, as I understand it, that we could survive both systems, both private medical care benefits, where you have a lot of new systems coming on that require a lot of research, and we always want to be cured of cancer or anything fatal type diseases that are contracted. So I'm in favor of keeping the pioneering aspect of the medical profession, and having the hospitals with the new exotic equipment to treat the unusual diseases that come up. But at the same time, I realize that we can't afford to get sick anymore, and the greatest fear of a man on limited income is that he or some member of his family would become disabled with a serious long-term illness and would not be able to reach the best medical care available because of financial limitations. So if we put it down that I support a provision for catastrophe insurance where there is a cap on what a man would be liable for in the event of a catastrophe type of illness or injury in his family.
Very good. What you're saying there is that a man wouldn't be wiped out with a serious case of illness after he got so far at that point the national insurance would pick it up. Is this what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
In answer to item 5, I don't know what my position is exactly on unemployment insurance. I have tried to visualize, and I'm working on a concept where a man gets both money and training when he's unemployed, because I think in some cases, and of course I'm not speaking now to the highly skilled worker who is laid off at between jobs seasonally or whatever, but I'm speaking of the chronically unemployed that will get a job July and August and then be off for 10 months. I think if while we're thinking about additional unemployment benefits, we also have to think about a retraining or additional training concept that goes along with the money, where when a man goes back in the job market, he doesn't drop back off the payroll basically, I studied this seriously when I was governor, and we worked closely, with the National Department of Labor in trying to figure out the chronically unemployed, and I think that constitutes at that time, maybe changing from winter to summer to fall and so forth, was about 80% of the unemployment people were chronically unemployed. So, I would look at two things on that, a fair and just rate of compensation plus a system of more intensive classification, job counseling and training. You know, a lot of people have skills and aptitudes that have never been determined, and they haven't had a decent chance to find out what they can do in the job market with adequate counseling and training. Now, I'm probably the senior advocate in the state of Mississippi on the rate of workman's compensation. It is not adequate. It is particularly inadequate for the totally disabled individual up and above about 15 to 20%, and that would be the man that lost 2 fingers, might make a recovery in spite of the low compensation because he can adjust to that and maybe get the same rate of pay with 3 fingers on his left hand as he could with 5 fingers on his left hand. But where the man's lost a limb or had a disabling back injury, I think our workman's compensation rate is grossly inadequate, and on the head of the household that's killed on the job, it's almost unbelievably low. I'd hasten to add that I don't know that I'm right about this, but I think that's a state question. There may be some federal legislation that's in the grist that would put minimums in.
That's what we're talking about doing, a minimum standard for the meat.
Well, this is the biggest problem in Mississippi, is that we place little value on human life.
Right.
In human health, and I'm very much very sensitive to the question, and I'm an advocate of higher rates. I talk to people all the time who've been off from work for 6 months or 9 months, and they used up their savings and they borrowed money from their mother-in-law, and they're trying to get back on the job, and you know how the companies are, they won't let them come back.
Right.
Until they get a total release from the doctor, and that's a sort of an accommodation in many cases between the employer and the doctor, because they don't want a man back home that has any risk of a re-injury. So it's sort of a dogfall type situation where the man, though in pain and willing to work, the doctor won't let him go back, and the boss won't let him, the employer won't let him come back until the doctor says go back. So I'm very much in favor of increasing workers' compensation benefits.
You are a plaintiff's lawyer, aren't you? I mean,
Yeah.
you practice in this field quite a bit.
I'm a people's
You
lawyer.
probably have more knowledge.
I represent a lot of widow women and a lot of poor people.
Yeah.
About 25–30% of my practice is black too.
Well, in answering the question, you do recognize the need to make some improvements here, and we'll take a close look at putting some federal minimum standards in here the states would have to meet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Right, how about 6? It's dealing with
Well, of course, this is
federal funds for
This
education.
is, again, a key issue in this campaign, which I've addressed the question over and over again. We've got to have an educational system that generates a sellable skill at the high school level. And this is variously referred to, but and we worked on it as a concept called career education, where we taught them a little bit of how to make a bank deposit, or how to calculate interest rates, or how to become in the 11th grade or the 10th grade exposed to the trades and the skills that you're all familiar with, and where a person didn't kite to staying in school, academic curriculum, that they would be attracted and promoted into a learning situation where they would become readily employable at 17 or 18 or at the high school level, when they graduate. So this is a serious defect in our education system, and it dominoes out through all age groups who have never been adequately trained. There's millions and millions of dollars available, including Department of Labor grants for this type of assistance, and I'm not excluding the high school dropout or the 25-year-old. It's been my experience in talking to people who are unemployed and to some extent on welfare, that if they had a learning opportunity, they would be much happier and would seek out those opportunities. So in the organized high school, in the vocational technical center, and again in every area of activity, I think these educational opportunities should be offered. It's a serious defect.
I know, I attended the thing in honor of Mr. Red the other night, and I know you made mention of the study, the committee that he headed up while he was governor. And you certainly are about as familiar, more familiar with the subject at hand than we are even.
Well, I know y'all bent your schedule around to accommodate me, and I appreciate it. I don't want to spend any unnecessary time, but I think the CETA program is basically ill-founded. It'll give a man a job for 6 months, maybe raking leaves or doing some kind of menial task. At the end of 6 months, he's no better able to enter the job market. It's sort of a dead-end street type thing. I'd rather pay him some money on the job training, full-time learning situation, to use that same 6-month interval to get him into a skill or a trade.
You see a lot of head shaking around the table. We certainly agree with you on that.
I've never seen as much money wasted in my life. We used to hire 400 people in the summertime in the parks.
Yeah.
Well, you may drive a pickup truck 30 minutes a day, but they're cleaning gutters, cutting tree limbs, and what is it? It's almost psychologically destructive to tell a man that, here's a job for 6 months, but he doesn't learn anything, and he doesn't come out any better at the end. And matter of fact, it might destroy his ambition to try to better himself. Just waits for another CETA program to come up.
We certainly agree with you, at least I do on that. I don't guess it's very much purpose to get into what's happening right now with that money, but I can frankly tell you that the only place that I know that any CETA money is being spent that's gonna produce dividends is the one that Milton Baxter helped us fund when you were governor on the 10-Tone Waterway, the recruitment and training program.
Right.
When you leave that, we haven't got much that we can point to. So I'm in agreement with what you said. I think I saw a lot of head shaking around here while you were commenting. You wanna get on 7 and talk about the tax reform situation? Give us your views on that.
Well, we're gonna leave a copy of our position on tax reform here with you. We read the position
You
paper.
got a position on that?
Yes, sir. We're recommending a 30% cut in income taxes. This is a payroll deduction tax that the working man has, and the theory of it is that it put $43 billion a year back into the economy and 1 million jobs.
I can elaborate on that for
All right.
Yeah.
The last major period of prosperity that we had, gentlemen, arose in 1962 when President Kennedy enacted a major tax cut. And it lasted until about 1974 when the bottom fell out, and I don't think we've recovered from it yet. And I'm not sure that there's any real big plans in the offing to have us recover from it. So if you get $200 back in your income tax, you're apt to buy your wife some clothes or your kids some necessities, and that creates a heavier demand in consumer goods, and it's been proven by research economists who have developed these theories that there's 1 million jobs right there in that tax cut. It's $43 billion a year for the first year in gross national product. The dollar it's put in, that's spent by a working man turns over 9 times. It just keeps running through the economy. And we think that there's prosperity around the corner with a tax cut. It's an answer to part of the ills of inflation. It's an answer to part of the ills of gross unemployment. And it may even kindle the economy to the point where the underemployed and the lower paid people would be in a position to demand to get raises. So it's a sound program. It's going through Congress now, or it's been introduced as a bill. And we've looked at all the background material. We've written a fairly comprehensive position paper and another paper called Background Information, and it's got all the statistics in it. Of course, it doubles every year. You go from 1 million to 2 million, from 43 billion to 80 billion. It just keeps going up. So you see it's a snowball, and I think everybody here had, in all of the working men and women in Mississippi, had rather make it on their own than with some kind of artificial support in the form of food stamps or something else. I think it gets down to this, and we've got to get the economy fired up again before any of us will realize the quality of life that we need. And this is a direct thing, I think, in the next year or so, you'll see some serious debate going on this.
I think you're correct on that, I really do. Of course, the next one, item 8 there, it relates to what you've been talking about. You might want to address yourself to that.
Well,
because
I've got some, first of all, I think a direct answer in a political situation like we're in is better than beating around the bush. So I don't know enough about the Humphrey Hawkins bill to give you a definitive ABC answer on it. I think if we could work, if the tax cut is something that would in other words, if the tax cut went into effect last week, a man would have more dollars in his paycheck this week, and I think the new jobs created and everything about it would result in full employment. And together with some of the restraints on import goods, it's not closing factories down. Man, one of the prettiest plants in Mississippi, in Forest, knocked down the other day. I think they had I don't remember the exact numbers, in the range between 150 and 200 employees, and they attributed its closing to imports. So if we could get competitive with imports, if we could get the tax reduction, I doubt seriously if we need Humphrey Hawkins. I think there's some aspects of Humphrey Hawkins that I'm vaguely familiar with that attacks the dignity of the working man. I think it injects too much federal oversight into jobs, and I think it's some artificial support to jobs in the thing that might be a can of worms. Now, I'm not against full employment. I'm not against remedial legislation. I'm not against Humphrey or Hawkins or the people that worked so many years on that bill, but I just think there's some quicker, faster, more efficient remedies. Of course, I'd like to see the economy fired up so that the wage rate and the general prosperity would reach the people that are already working, and not just the people who are not working.
I think you'll find a lot of agreement here with us on that. Of course, the question there is aimed at the unemployment problem. It might well be the tax cut, the other things we discussed here, that the need for Humphrey Hawkins might recede into the background. It really deals with trying to do something about the unemployment problem. I think you've elaborated on that sufficiently.
In answer to question 9,
Yeah.
I doubt seriously if I go along with a contrived oil shortage.
Yeah.
I think there's some shut-in gas wells and some shut-in oil wells that they're waiting and have been for the price to go up. But I know that where the deregulation, like intrastate gas, for example, in the state of Texas, the price of gas has been going down. That's natural gas and not gasoline that you burn in your car. And this is a little bit ironical. I'm coming out with a full statement on energy tomorrow. We're gonna do some more work on it tonight, but the gist of it is to get more supply and the price will go down. I think there's enough energy. As a matter of fact, there's a glut right now on refined and unrefined petroleum products. And there's some softening of the price structure. You noticed, I don't know whether you noticed or not, but there's a little price war going on in certain places on gasoline. So I really think the vital necessity of petroleum is so great that I'd rather see us work toward exploration. One of the things that is curiosity to me when I was governor is that the eastern seaboard doesn't want to drill. The second most productive area could be as big as Saudi Arabia, is off the east coast of the United States, geologically called the Baltimore Canyon. They haven't drilled it because the ecologists won't let them get out and see what's there. We don't know what we have.
Just started last week.
We don't know what.
Just started
Right.
drilling last week.
We don't know what we have in the way of oil and gas reserves because we had a lot of Mississippi land that we wanted to lease for exploration purposes, and we couldn't get any takers. There hadn't been enough of the on and offshore area of the United States, Alaska, drill for us to know whether we have it or not. I'm not in favor of $12, $14 barrel imported crude that comes out at 70 cents a gallon at the gas pump. But I do think the solution lies in finding additional reserves in gasifying coal and liquefying oil shale and stepping up nuclear power generating and alternate energy sources. It's a very complex area, but I don't think, just speaking candidly, that we can conserve our way into cheap energy. The working man right now is severely penalized because his utility bills are higher than his mortgage payments. And that's an emergency. And that's not something, I believe President Carter's energy proposal has been in the mill now for a year, and really nothing's happened. So I think it's a matter of speeding up the exploration and the development of alternate energy.
Are you for or against deregulations?
I'm basically, there are two steps in deregulation that I'm looking at, but I'm basically in favor of sticking the drill bit in the ground and looking at something that, see, I look at this two ways. Now, you can be altruistic and talk about the national energy crisis. I'm thinking about the small Mississippi landowner that's got minerals under his 20 acres of land, and for all we know, we've got spindle-top oil fields all over Mississippi, and to some extent it's proven that we're a major oil and gas producer. And on just sort of putting a fence around our state and saying what's my position on energy, I'm in favor of stepping up the exploration. There's no point in having an asset if 3 or 4 generations can't use it. And I'm in favor of exploration and in favor to some extent on deregulation.
If they deregulated the price, would you be in favor of putting excess profit limits on them and to put this money back in exploration?
Well, of course, I think the tax incentive force them. This is something that I think we've overlooked, is that if Exxon makes $1 billion, they got to put it back into new discovery development, or it all goes to the federal government in taxes anyway. And there's no such thing. I think you can look at the price of oil and gas stocks that are being traded, and they're at an all-time low for this century because they don't really have that much of an outlook on making profit. Now, of course, your guess and my guess may be the same on what is an unfair profit, but I think at the time that we've got to get to work and we've got to heat our homes or cool our homes or whatever, I think that's secondary to me. I can't, I don't want to argue with anyone here that has a different position, but once we get our energy supply determined, just like I was in favor of the Alaskan pipeline and couldn't figure out why it took so long to build it. They're now working on 2 natural gas lines, and I think this is just what makes our system work, is that we've got to have a supply. And we're on our knees right now to the Arabs, and I think that we've got to become self-sufficient. Of course, there may be 10 alternate sources of energy. I'm not just speaking about oil and gas, but looking at the poorest state in the union, gentlemen, I'm not going to take some pie in the sky attitude that the oil companies are apt to take unfair profit out of the potential discoveries that they're working on, because we're running one well out of every 10 holes. And if you can't give some incentives to drill 9 dry holes in order to find one that produces, and if we need every resource, every pine tree, every barrel of gas, every barrel of oil, every foot of gas that we can find, and I've seen some poor farmers and some poor working people get supplemental income with royalties. And we still have the largest number of small landowners of most any state in the union, and I'm just thinking in terms of the whole spectrum. So I'm basically in favor of deregulation at the present time and under present circumstances.
Have you got a position paper out on this?
Coming out tomorrow. We got a short one. We're gonna
I
redo
thought
it.
you mentioned you did have something on that. We'd like to get a copy of that one also.
Yeah, I speak at 7:45 in the morning on energy, and I ought to have it ready by then.
The next one, item 10, from time to time we have various groups keep coming in with legislation that would make it very difficult for the labor movement to participate in the political process, and that's what that's questionnaire is aimed at. Really, we don't have any threats.
Nobody's ever mentioned that to me before.
No threats on the immediate horizon, but it's like a couple other items here. Some of the groups keep talking about it, just like putting this on the antitrust laws.
I'm in favor of more freedoms and not less, and I think a man's persuasion to belong to an organization ought not to defeat his interest in or participation in politics.
Very good. Well, you'd vote against any such legislation. The next one on the Voting Rights Act, I think I've heard you elaborate on that one already a little bit, but we'd like to hear from you on that one.
Well, I'm a realist. I don't want to get into infinite argument about the impractical or the impossible. I just think that if the Voting Rights Act is extended, that it ought to apply to every section of the country. I know, I guess all of us have friends and relatives in the northeastern states and other parts of the country where I'm not so sure that they're not more deprived than the South. I'd resent being discriminated against with any federal legislation. I think it's a united 50 states, and what applies to the goose ought to apply to the gander. And I have some strong feelings about extending the Voting Rights Act for the South. I think we've done an amazing job in civil rights. I think any more discriminatory legislation is a negative, and we don't need any negatives.
Well, let me see if I can't nail you down a little bit on this one. I'm sure you agree that the Voting Rights Act of '65 came about because there was widespread discrimination against blacks in the South, preventing them from registering to vote, and that's what brought this on. Now, we would like to get get you nailed down a little closer on this one. Now, we agree that there are certain discriminatory features in the legislation in terms of legislation passed here having to be submitted to the Justice Department for approval. I mean, there's certain parts of this that we have, problems with. The main thing we are concerned about is safeguards on the right of minority people. In this case, it would be blacks in Mississippi. A continuation of assuring their right to the ballot box by way of legislation.
Well, any time there's an act passed by Congress, there's an interpretation of that in the courts. And,
Yes.
My position is that there is no discrimination in Mississippi now. If it is, it's a irrelevant incident in maybe Issaquah County, but you got black mayor, you got in Myersville, you got your county officials were black. So I think this thing is grinding at a moot question. And when you make case law, it's unconstitutional to offend a voter or to make it difficult for them to register. Now, I'm in favor of anything that protects the rights of the individual, but I'm not in favor of just blowing smoke over the question. I think that we had maybe the poor people in Mississippi have gotten the wrong end of this act so far. Some of these bills have not been approved that were really open primary. I'm not
You
so
talking about
sure.
the legislation passed over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we agree that there's certain parts of the act that perhaps needs to be corrected. Our main concern is protecting the right of people to participate in the electoral process.
I think every man has a right. I think I've championed the rights of the minorities in my public service as governor, and I would do that as senator. I don't know, the only negative that I see on it is it's a southern bill. And I resent being singled out because I think our race relations and our attitude toward minorities is probably better than it is in some other parts of the country. And I don't even know, for example, that we could get it amended.
Yeah.
And I just basically think that they've been throwing rocks at us, and I resent it because I think that when we correct a thing, we never get credit for it. And I would reserve a position on the naked extension of the Voting Rights Act if it did not apply equally across the nation.
Okay, that's good enough. The next question, do you want the endorsement support of organized labor?
I want the endorsement of everybody I can get, Claude. I take your public affirmation of my candidacy tomorrow.
That's in the primary and the general election.
Right.
Very good. We have any questions now to the
Claude, I
governor?
would like to ask former Governor Waller one question. Governor Waller, during your administration, the Mississippi A&I compiled a statistical information report. And they did a very comprehensive job in compiling this report. I think it's a very comprehensive report, and I'm assuming it was compiled at the expense of the taxpayer. But there's one facet of this report that bugs us as working people and as people who believe in trying to attain a higher standard of living. And that's the part in here that deals with the labor market. And it seems that during this time, the persons responsible for compiling this book bragged about labor costs being low in Mississippi, about fringe benefits being low, and about the people in Mississippi didn't believe in unionism and this kind of thing. In its you know, it directly contradicts some of the things that that you campaign on doing, you know, your campaign for governor. It directly contradicts some of the things that I heard you say after you were governor, and I'm wondering if you were aware, that this kind of information was in this book and that it was being used to try and sell industry on coming to Mississippi during your term as governor.
I don't know. You know, there's a million pages of material passes the governor's office every month. I don't know that I've ever read that.
Well, I wish you would read it.
Let me take a position in principle on it. As a tool to get new jobs in the state, the record is reported to industry on the tax rate, on the cost of land, on the cost of labor, on the cost of building a building, on the annual or monthly utility rate, and that was intended to be an accurate and factual recitation of the record, not necessarily what we hoped it would be. And I don't apologize for my effort in getting industry. I think many of you know here that we landed the first General Motors plant when I was governor, and they have about 8 separate facilities in the state now, and I think their wage rate raised what would be printed in the next book. So you've got to get the cow before you can get the milk, and we were trying to get the cow because, as you know and as I know, sometimes you have to get them inside the state before you can talk about raising the rates. You can't print labor rates that are not based on the actual rates being paid. And while you don't necessarily endorse low wages, if the low wages are such that the record is there, you don't tell the industry that your average rate is $5 an hour when it might be $2.75 an hour. So there's no while I didn't write the book, and I didn't design the book, and I didn't proofread the book before it was published, it came out in my administration. And to that end, it was part of the tools that we use to get industry, or I doubt seriously if 10% of the industrial prospects ready. But those that did, those were the facts.
Man, they put that together, it was also a candidate for the Senate.
Well, Governor,
In the same race. I wonder if he's gonna make any speeches on it.
I don't know, maybe they didn't read it, but I do remember one occasion when we had problems getting a copy of this book from the A&I board, that a friend of ours who was a labor representative over in Texas got one of his industrial friends to write the A&I board and ask for a copy of the book. And instead of the A&I board sending the book back to the industrials, they put a man on the plane and flew him over there to take the book.
Was that in my administration? We messed up, didn't we? No, I tell you, I don't guess there's an industry in Mississippi that came in that haven't raised their rates. So while you might take offense at the statistics, facts are facts, and if they want to know the tax rate, the wage rate, and all these other rates, then you got to give it to them. And that may have been a poor choice of words or a system of presenting, but
we just basically thought they ought to spend more time on some of the other items, in that we had a wonderful climate, wonderful natural resources and stuff like that.
adequate water,
Yes,
and that we were trying to build highways, and I agree.
Silver,
Of course,
most productive.
The workers down here produce more.
Sometimes the people that work in an administration are not up with the time. We know for a fact that blue chip industry not they got 10 items they look at, that the wage rate is probably number 10. They wanna know about the training facilities, they wanna know about the attitude of the people, they wanna know whether or not the high schools are pumping out people that they can hire and make skilled workmen out of them. It just goes on down there. 'Cause we passed through the cheap labor situation, in my opinion, in Mississippi. And one of the things that I would like to do as labor, as senator for labor, is to try to find the better paying jobs. You know, we opened a trade office in Brussels, and they're building a plant here from Germany right now. They started talking with the state of Mississippi in Belgium, not in Jackson, because we had a promotional office over there. And I would dare say that those 150 jobs will reach the top of the wage scale in Mississippi when they come on stream. And it's right here in Jackson. I can't pronounce the name of the company, but I'm sure Claude or Tom are familiar with it. To offset whatever negative you found in that book, I think that an image of a modern progressive state, as one gentleman pointed out here, highlighting resources, and the fact that production is more important than the rate, and job loyalty and things like that, and the strength of the Mississippi Family Unit, and the indigenous desire of a worker to stay there until he retires and not move, and the fact that our population doesn't shift every 2 or 3 years like it does in California and some other states. I think there are many things we can say about our state, and of course we deserve the best jobs at the highest rate of pay, and I think we've proven. And I think the national leaders of multinational companies that are profiling the United States on where they can make money, I think they found out that we got people that can produce at a rate that's acceptable to blue chip type industries. And one of the things that I've walked this state out, and I believe I've been in more sweatshops than anybody in the room, where they're working on production which equals at the end of a hard work week nothing more than the minimum wage. So I'm very conscious of the fact that maybe to some extent in the 40s and the 50s, and to some extent in the 60s, we didn't go for the right kind of industry, and we wound up with the wrong kind of jobs. But I think we can grow out of that, and I think we are growing out of it rather fast.
Very good, Governor. You got anything else you want to say to us?
Another thing, I appreciate the audience. Have y'all talked to all the candidates?
Not all of them. We've talked to several. We don't have time to interview all of them personally. We intend to communicate with the ones we don't personally interview by mail and send them copies of questions.
Well, I want to say this objectively, that I think a Democrat's going to the Senate.
Yeah.
And I hope we can all pull together, if not now, just being objective. And we'll take a second look at each other and be prepared to put an all-out effort in November. And I'm based on my constant travels in the state and what I see and hear, I'm either first or second. And I believe I'm going into the runoff, and I would hope that we get back together after the primary is over, and that whatever position you take, that if you look at it no other way, that you might constrain yourself to be patient and to look at the fact that the Republican Party has a war chest. And Claude and I have been up and down the line on some things in the past that I don't need to go into detail on, but I would guess that they have $1 million to spend in November. And they're getting more in every month because they have people signed up that are subscribing. And they're going to turn that money over to the Republican nominee. whereas the Democratic nominee, whomever he is, will start out with no money, no monthly payments from cadre of party members, and we'll have to go back like we are right now to the $10 and the $20 contributions to try to finance a campaign, and television costs just as much for a broke candidate as it does for a wealthy candidate. So, you know, a divided house might fall. You might look at me in the light of, well, you know, he doesn't say what I think he ought to say on some of these issues. But you might find that that come November that you got a candidate that doesn't speak your language on any of the issues. So I hope that I don't see any national issues right now that give a handle on the Republican candidate like some national issues have in the past, just sort of swept the Republican nominee into office without regard to the issues but on the motion. So I think it's going to be a fairly deliberate vote. I don't think the people are going to have too many reasons to hate Washington or hate the president in order to vote against the national party. I think they'll vote an intelligent vote based on the issues. So I'm running for the working people's vote, and I'm not running one race in here and another race out there. So, and I'm trying to talk to the leadership of organized labor and trying to relate to them. And I might say this, that I think Claude's probably in my office when I was governor as much as any man in Mississippi, Tom too for that matter, and some of you. Well, I'm not a man that you can't call one-on-one from your office, West Point, or wherever you live, and get a response from me, and you won't have to go through anybody. And for all we know, that this questionnaire here is just the tip of the iceberg. There may be 90% of the problems facing you in the next 6 years are not even mentioned here. So one thing you want to find out is that I don't think any two men are going to draw a line down the page and list this many issues and check it off and say we were 100%, 100%, 100%. One thing that I think would be valuable to me if I was in your position is to have a man up there that you can have a dialogue with. And if when I'm in the state on recesses and there'll be an office in Jackson, you can come in just like we did today, or I'll come out here just like we did today, and we'll exchange ideas. And I want an input from labor. I don't want to slam the door and 30 years from now come in and smoke the peace pipe with you. I'd like very much, you know, if we're all working to the common end, sometimes the technical differences up here become inconsequential in the end. So, regardless of the outcome, I think this group and the group that you represent, numbering hundreds of people in Mississippi, if not thousands, want to know whether or not they have the ear of the man that's elected, and whether or not he will seek advice and input on some of these critical votes, as I say, 90% of which are probably not even on this list over the next 6 years. 6 years is a long time, and there's a lot of things off of the horizon that we can't even see yet that will be coming up. So
I agree with that.
I'd rather represent all the people in Mississippi and have advice and consultation from this group than I had just come in and make a cosmetic statement that you would buy at the moment and then not be able to talk to me later. So with that, that's all I had to say.
You touched on a statement there that you wasn't too proud of being the poorest in the nation. We're not either. We're sick of it being 48, 49, and 50. Some of these things that we ask you here, your opinion of them, probably would get us off the bottom. If we had somebody elected that would take an initiative and go ahead and stand out up there instead of being afraid that if he votes for this, then he's gonna get defeated in the election, see? And we're not an agricultural state anymore. We're an industrial state. We represent a lot of people, as you just acknowledged, that, probably, if a senator would go ahead and take a position, maybe we could keep him there in good faith without having the door closed for 30 years, as you, as you said.
Leaked out information.
Governor, you made one statement I think is very true and very factual. And that's the fact the Republicans will be spending a ton of money in this election. We haven't yet made our decision on what we're gonna do. We might get involved in the primaries, we might not, but I feel reasonably sure when the primaries are over that we will be taking an active part in the election.
Oh, good gracious, is it 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
I'm overdue,
Yeah.
and, I'm sorry, I just wanna say this real quick. There are a number of Democratic judgeships,
Yeah.
and there is a persuasion in the countryside to vote Democrat on June the 6th, and not forfeit your right to vote Democrat on June the 27th.
Right.
And whatever force, whatever reserves y'all have, you might wanna think about, I don't believe 20% of the vote would go Republican.
Let's hope you're right.
Were you gonna leave us a copy of some statement?
Can I get that back to you?
Yeah,
Yes,
fine.
right. Yeah.
And done nothing.
Well, he's done
He's
something.
a hell of a lot better off than what we had. We just didn't have nothing, and he ain't done much. Let's put it that way.
I agree with that.
Now, you can't say that David Bowen ain't better than, at least you could talk to him. And who was the congressman before? You had to go to penitentiary to get a damn interview with him. Up to Oklahoma, you had to go up there and see one of them boys.
Tom Abernathy, right.
That's
You had
right.
to see
To
his
see Tom
farm
Abernathy.
manager, King.
Problem
That's right.
was-
Walter King. I agree with
But then
that.
you look on the other hand, did Boeing defeat Abernathy in a
No.
bid for reelection?
No, Abernathy didn't run.
That's
Okay.
right. But he has voted some with us, and that it ain't near enough. I'll have to agree. But he has voted some with us, which is better than anything else we got. What we had running and what could get elected, I don't know where. We couldn't have been much worse. I'll have to admit that. But whether we've got any of the others would have done any better or not is what I'm. Just like who's running against him now. You can vote against him this time, and I probably will, just to let him know
I'd
that.
like to make, didn't David Bowen take a position once that he could have gotten elected without support of labor?
He said in an open meeting that he
Said
didn't
in
need
an
labor's vote to get
That's
elected.
right.
I heard him say it.
What about these questionnaires that's gonna be mailed out to these, lesser of the candidates?
Well, I thought that I should do this. Let me see if this meets your approval. We got several candidates we just didn't have time to meet with, in one day. My thinking on it is that I should at least write each one of these other candidates a letter, enclose a copy of our questionnaire, and tell them in effect that if they're interested in labor support in this campaign, to please fill it out and return it to our office by such and such date. This way, at least they'll have an opportunity to, answer our questionnaire and in fact be considered before the final.
With the,
We ain't
as
gonna
we're stacking up right now with the 4 people that we've interviewed, how long would it take the full executive board to get into discussion on this and, let us
Or
keep
that we
these?
got.
Yeah,
I don't believe I'm quite following.
okay, let the executive board have a part in this. I mean, I know we've gotta get a report ready.
You mean on the valuation
evaluation.
process?
Well,
Well, on the selection of the
oh
candidates.
yeah.
Evaluate,
Well, what we're gonna
do
do,
is make a,
what we're gonna
Yeah.
do is make a recommendation to the full board. Whatever comes out of our deliberation is gonna be presented to the board meeting on May the 7th, before our convention
That's
starts.
not what Tucker is talking
No.
about, though. Tucker is saying that we go to the board and present to them the results of our interview and let them be a part of making the evaluation. That's what Tucker's
Let's
saying.
go, you ready for 5 back to 0?
Would
Yeah.
that take too long to do this with the,
Well, it wouldn't take too long, but I got a problem with it, Brother Tucker, and I'll tell you what it is. I certainly always want a full board to participate to whatever level they can. But this committee's got an advantage that full board's not gonna have. They didn't hear none of these answers.
That's right.
We did.
They didn't get it.
And
How
when
you
you just
answer
give,
that?
how you gonna explain to them, you see, each one of us at this table has got a slightly different opinion on some of these candidates about how we'd rate them. Now, how are we gonna convey this to a board that wasn't here and then have them vote on it in a sensible manner? If you explain that to me, then I might not be opposed to it.
well, you got a point there too.
Hey,
What I'm getting at, Claude might get back in, a questionnaire from the candidate that would be better than any we've
We're
got.
gonna look at all that, we ain't gonna recommend.
Well, it might be better in some respects, but chances of election and all
Yeah.
comes into play.
Am I right in saying that we are just gonna evaluate what we think of these right here? We ain't gonna make no endorsement tonight, are we?
No,
We're
Okay,
gonna
I
make a
just want.
decision on what we're gonna do.
That's
We haven't,
right.
you know, we got to make that decision before we
Y'all
break
done
this
all
up.
about haywire, I can tell you've been here too long.
Yeah.
I'm finished with my question now,
Hey.
my rating, there it is. They can do what they
You know,
want
here-
deal with it.
How'd you rate it?
Well, what I thought, based on my own opinion, I rated Danton high,
Everybody hears the same
Waller
thing,
next,
they
and
hear
I
the
rated two
same
Republicans
thing.
equal, but I rated them different on different questions, cause I thought they were different on different questions.
I wasn't here on the Republican. I wasn't either.
Well, talking about the board thing, Brother Tucker,
You follow?
we invited,
Oh, Tucker named his-
we invited a couple of members of our board
He
here
voted against us on
in
some
order
issues. I
that we
thought he
would
was in
have
public office,
more
wasn't
people
he?
informed. You
You
see?
follow?
Now,
Yeah, I understand.
you know, here we've got a real time problem.
I'll give Finch all
You want
zero.
to identify him?
Got 100.
Yeah, he got 100.
You want him identified anyway?
Let me address myself to the question raised by Brother Tucker. Our problem is time as much as it is anything else. We simply don't have time to get into this matter as we ordinarily do. We deliberate on something like this much more at length, when we have the time. We then would bring our report recommendations to a full meeting of the board. The board then would make a recommendation to a state and court committee meeting. That's the central body officers and the executive board. You've been through all of this. And then out of that, we bring a final recommendation to the full convention. Because of the time thing, and we haven't had any control over this, you know, nobody knew what Eastland's gonna do. We were just lucky we had this exec committee meeting already scheduled for the 12th, when it was about the right time to deal with it anyhow. So we now find ourselves in a real predicament on this time situation. And I would much prefer to give this matter probably more consideration, with more participation on the part of everybody. The question is, can we do it and still be ready, for the board meeting on the 7th, and have a recommendation ready for the convention that begins on the 8th? That's our problem, is this time thing.
Here's something else too, unless, I think we have to talk about this. Now, we mentioned this briefly to you, and it's something that I don't know that anything can be done about, but the thing that worries me more than any other thing, I know it's all complicated, and we have unknown factors that we haven't had, but the unknown factor that bothers me is the predicament that we're caught in with this damn computer. Now, if we endorse a candidate for anything, you know the mailing, of course, is one of the major things. Now, we was led to believe, and we've been hounded for about 3 years, more than you all will ever know, by this bunch in Washington. Computer, this state's on, next time you see them or talk, that state's joined, and then find, well, you know, you're the only state now that ain't on the computer, you know? All right, we finally decided in the wake of, or in the light of the fact that the old equipment over there has been there a long time, as those of you that have been on this committee for a good many years know. About to wear out. In fact, every time we do a job now, we have more service problems. We finally agreed to join this confounded thing. All right, the problem, and we're talking about our own folks, is they won't tell you the truth. They will lie to you like a dog when the truth would suit better. Now, we agreed to join this thing and started back in November. And you heard what I said earlier tonight. We got 27,000 names on the damn computer right now is all we got. And now what the heck can we do with 27,000 names in a race for the U.S. Senate? What can we do with 10,000 names out of the 4th District, we'll say? I don't know what we got out of the 4th District. What can we do with that many out of the 4th District in a dog fight? And like Claude said, we thought that based on all the crap that they fed us, that, you know, just as soon as the names were available to them, and we had no reason to believe they wouldn't be available, that they was going to be fed into the computer, and that we would be on the computer in fairly short order, you know. Now here we are, we're right down here to the lick log, to the starting gate, and we don't have half of the names in this state on the computer, and we long since quit updating our address plate. Now that's something else, that's another problem.
Well,
Tom, you can handle these damn houses.
well, we can, I mean, that's,
The Republican Party,
that is a,
whichever their nominee is, you know damn well, they got this money he's talking about.
that is a problem we have to
All
deal
it
with
is,
in
but
terms
we
of getting the
really
message out to the people. That's what that one relates to.
Well, Tom, just
Have
let
all of
me
you
comment on this.
Yeah.
If you get a problem with ours, we do have our address plates
Yeah.
up to date, and from my organization alone, I can run the envelopes on them.
You may sure have to.
If we do, I can do it.
Call on you to
We'll
do
do it.
Biggest thing
That's, I'm glad to hear this. 'cause
We
might
we've
have
kept
to-
ours up to date,
Yeah.
and we change them every week.
We
Never
might
mind.
have to take our old address graph system and yours and do a make.
So we can get it
Well,
out
that's
to
good.
our
I'm glad
folks.
to get that, because you kept yours up to date with us.
We
better than
plan
everybody
to,
else.
right.
Let's see, some of you have already filled out an evaluation sheet. Maybe we ought to get those in, before we try to make a determination on where we go from here.
Right.
So let me give you,
You hadn't filled out, did you fill out one?
no, I'm not gonna fill out one, I didn't keep my notes, I'm gonna depend on the rest of them to do the evaluation. I'll break any ties that come up. Still Mr. Fire.
Next time I hear a damn tie come up in a vote, I'm gonna leave.
Hey.
I had a tie vote on a contract, like to put about 16,000 people out of work.
Yeah, I don't like them tie votes. Plus, it's a labor board election, you still lost.
That's right, but on approving a contract, who wins?
Well, if it's a tie vote, I'd ask for a new vote. You sure couldn't strike, cause you ain't got a clear majority that says you want to.
Well, you know,
You ain't got a clear majority that says accept it, so you take another vote, Russell.
the company said the damn, the extension of the extension of the
want
contract
us to
runs
sign
out at
these or not?
midnight.
Nah, don't.
Said you better vote that damn thing again before midnight, or we're gonna lock the gates.
I didn't get one of them 20 years.
14
I like the little.
Is everybody
I
got
did one
the
night.
evaluation sheet in here?
I did.
Everybody got one in?
Yeah, I had another.
I would,
Lower than a 15, no,
I would still like to say that I support what Bob said, that, you know, if we're not gonna come out and absolutely sit on one guy and run him, I think we need to take a position and say, you know, Maurice Denton is the number one Democrat, and Bill Waller's number two, Cochran's number one Republican, Pickering is number two. If we're not gonna firm up on a guy and run him all the way. But if we do that, them other candidates gonna hang it around his neck.
Then we're gonna come in there with Finch and Waller in the
Yeah,
damn
that-
runoff.
that's right, right. This is what you get into, so.
That's right, then you got some.
You
No, you
scared
ain't
me.
got
See,
nothing.
the problem is, if anybody's got a chance in this kind of a race, we may have to get on whatever is the best candidate, then sure, he gets in the runoff. If he don't get in the runoff, it's a waste of time.
Well, based on the fact that Vance didn't show, I guess we eliminated him, no?
Then if you wanna choose between
he's got
Finch,
no
Waller,
rating
and,
with it.
Cochran, well then
I
that's
just
what
give
you
him
may-
zeros.
I didn't even put his name down.
I didn't even put mine and put him
I
on.
don't even know he's in the race.
I only evaluate the ones that shows.
I just wanted to give him zeros anyway.
Okay,
All
you
right,
see,
Down
this is
up,
one of the things I'm talking about.
all right.
Now, even though he didn't show up, even though he's done a lot of things we didn't like. But now we sit here now and we castigate the man. Supposing he is the Democratic nominee,
Then
what
you
we
got a
do,
choice to
swallow our
make.
castigations and decide to go with it?
You got a choice to make then.
You know, this is what I'm talking about in evaluating our own self.
Hey, I don't see how we can take a choice. I think then the Republicans only one that wanted our support, and,
Well,
you know,
then you got a proposition, I'll tell you.
Well,
the Republican, I mean,
Yeah, but yeah, but you
I mean,
get, but you
he's
get
turned
back,
us
you get
down.
back to the other situation.
Well, you might have to do like we do sometime, Russell, say,
No
okay, you two fellas is left, we want another interview. See who shows for that.
I voted for Denton when he run for
Yeah,
governor.
I voted
And
for
when
that.
he got kicked out, I just had to start with Finch. That's all I had to do is it. I had to make my choice. Finch knows I did. Well, wasn't for him first day.
Yeah,
I tell you, it's
well,
hard to get your members to vote for one candidate and then he loses.
Then switch over to
Switch it
another.
Switch over to another, that's right. I know.
All right,
It is.
I tell you what. It's a thing that's got to be
If we
done.
don't get on one, he may.
If we don't get on one, the damn one that should be elected might not even get in runoff. Then what have you done? If you come in there with just a few votes short.
like I'm saying, if y'all don't take the position,
Getting in the
all
runoff.
I'm saying, if we don't take the position now, Waller, Peyton and I are gonna run with Denton.
He's gonna score the touchdown, huh?
We do this
I'm
all
gonna
the
do the
time.
clock and let him do the running.
Don't get me wrong. If it ain't a damn's worth of difference in them, well, I see the point of not taking the stand. But
Oh, I
I think it
think
is a
there's a
damn's worth of difference in
There
them.
is
and
a
I think we
difference.
ought to take
Definitely a
stand.
difference.
And if y'all, if majority of people wanna go one way, well, I'm for going that way, and hell, get in there and try to win. Try to get him in the runoff.
I
And
don't
if he
think
ain't
you
in
can
the
do
runoff,
that by
just take
sticking
the
your head in the sand.
best of the worst.
The only guy that I can really,
The
the only guy I can really
He
get
should
out
do
here and talk
something.
up would be Maurice Denton. Cause he hadn't been in
That's right.
office.
That's the only one I could talk about.
I think we gonna have to make a decision.
You know,
Too
and
many
we had a meeting one tonight. I got 5 of our members coming on Benton
Well,
staff.
see, that's what, you know, that's what.
But they're not proud of it, are they?
No,
I think
and,
that would be a reason not to make a decision because it's too many.
You think so?
Yeah.
No, I don't say it that way, Bob.
I think the ones that had the courtesy to come to see us, that Danton is a candidate that we need to back, in just my opinion.
That's the way I rated them.
Well, I read them too, and that's the only way I see
And
it.
I didn't just run off wild. I give
didn't
like the
either.
high man 12, the next man was 10, and the next
I gave
9.
Waller a damn high vote on holding office than I did Danton. I gave the Republican a higher vote on holding office, cause I think he's done, I mean, let's be fair
Hell, I
with
give
him.
him a 2 and I give Waller and Denton 1.
Hell, I give a Republican a 4.
So when I started saying, well, we had a meeting this past Monday night, I got 5 members in our local union that comes on Finch's staff. We had 50 members at the meeting the other night. We got into politics and the president asked, poll the membership, asked, how many supported Finch last year? Everybody hold their hand. How many of you gonna support him this time? And one hold their hand.
And you got several
tell
members
you
of the
what.
staff.
That's
You
right.
go back to some of them people that we talked to and talk them to supporting Finch and start saying, well, we might ought to support him again, you get killed.
I think we'd have more.
Maybe, man, situation
now,
is dead wrong.
unfortunately, right, you know.
But,
I don't,
you know,
it shouldn't have come
I'm
out that
basing
way,
my analysis
but it did,
not only
you know.
what I see as my
But it wasn't
affiliation with the labor group, but what I see as being out in the community involved in other activities. And I really think this is one of the things that we have to
They
really
come out
consider when
about like
we
I think
talk of
Cochran
chances
had
of
and the
election.
Republicans and down here and them.
Well,
Well, I
here's
didn't
the
know
total
there
raised them
was
score.
too.
no good chance of losing.
Majority.
There's the total score.
Mrs. Curtis, I need to
Let's
write
have
this,
your attention.
let me
man.
write this
Tom
down.
has got the evaluation
Total
total out.
score, Cochran 51, Pickering 44,
And now-
Danton
Wait a minute,
100,
Wait a minute,
Come again on that,
Cochran 51,
alright?
Pickering 44, Danton 101, Waller 91. Finch, 0.
I'll put that 0 down, Tom, that's what I give you. And you didn't count my 0.
We didn't have two, people voting on, Cochran and Pickering,
I wasn't here
They
when
wasn't
we
here.
interviewed Carter and
Yeah,
Pickering.
so you got a
Right.
10-point difference between
I'll
them.
tell you what,
Nah.
I don't,
let me
Hey,
ask
that's
you
pretty
something.
close to where
Is
I
it enough
ranked them.
difference?
10-point difference
These
and
two
a 9
units
point
total.
between, is it that, what is that,
To really-
fourth and
That's
To
10
really
points.
make
seven,
no,
seven
no,
point
where
between.
it's
Where the
at,
difference is.
where the difference is, if it's in chances of election, hell yeah.
What to vote?
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
To vote.
And that's
Give
what
me
I'm
how we
betting on,
rate it
if
here.
we get in
You don't-
there and support
let
him
me
now,
do it.
his
You got another
chances of
blank.
You got a
election
blank
will be a
sheet.
whole lot better than
What's
if
that?
we just
I just
say,
wanna know how our
vote the
polls
way you
come
want
out.
to.
Oh.
Or
I gotta
either
start
we
beating my
ain't got
members
no
on the
votes
head.
won.
I
Charles,
gotta start getting my
Now-
members lined up,
could
see?
you do one other thing for us right quick? I would just like to know this for curiosity purposes.
Chance of election.
Would you add up the column on the chances of election and give
Yeah.
us that
All
total?
right, just a minute, let me fix this for
I agree with you, if it,
Ray.
Son, that's for
That's an
Cochran got,
educated guess.
Cochran got rated high by me on that.
he did me too. I rated Cochran.
And that's
I
the
rated
reason,
Cochran just as high as I did Danton on that.
I think I give him 1 point higher.
I throw them up, I figure it's, if we get a damn
Okay.
runoff,
Alright, Ray,
with this,
All right,
voting,
now what was they want us to do,
If it-
change some election?
Yeah,
this
vote-
changing
the
of
change
this
of
voting,
election
where you
on
can't
each
vote
one.
Democrat and Republican too, is gonna hurt him some.
But I'm still here to tell you that the way we've taken a position this thing,
Give you the vote, 3 on.
in the 2 primaries, I'm still thinking we were to go say to our Democrat members, we suggest that you vote for Maurice Danton. To our Republican members, I
That's right.
suggest we vote for Cochran.
I do too, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
And that keeps them from eating our lunch in November. Either side.
That's right.
Cochran can't come out in November and say they supported by the labor movement out there, that right wing radical bunch of blah, blah, blah. Cause we done hung that tag on his ass.
I agree with you.
And put it in the newspaper and put it in there that all of the candidates interviewed, all of the candidates interviewed openly requested our support.
Well, I think we have to make that statement, we have to name who we met with,
3.
and I think a lot depends on how we put all this together in words in our recommendation, and that we met and interviewed ex-candidates personally, the rest of the candidates were interviewed by mail, including Governor Cliff Finch. But I feel like I want to send him the questionnaire, since he's failed to meet with us, at least he'll have the question. I mean, a lot depends on how we put that together. I don't think we have to say the grade of each one, in our opinion.
Chances of election.
That Cochran, come out a little bit ahead of Charles Pickering in the Republican, column, you know. I don't think, something like that.
You know, the reason I know we absolutely, completely and totally got some Republican members is that our last state convention, we take the vote on these people, we had some people down there vote for some Republicans.
Yeah.
No, voted for Gil Carmichael, y'all remember that?
Yes, sir.
5.
Well,
I mean, he got, Bob, but he got some, didn't he? I remember that.
no, maybe it'd help a little bit if I simply remind you folks of one simple thing. I'm sure you took note of this, but what if it might be worth, this is the first time since Reconstruction we've been faced with a Republican primary. It's a most unusual situation to deal with, you know? Now,
4, 3.
the fact that we got only 2 candidates, I think we have to deal with that just a little bit differently than we do with the Democratic thing. We want to certainly encourage our membership to participate in the election process. And I think we ought to say that while we feel that most of our members are inclined to vote Democratic, for the benefit of those that might be Republicans, we'd like to advise them
26 for
of
Dan.
our findings in our interviews with the 2 Republican candidates, and let it go at that.
26 for Dan.
That we feel that the major contest
So
in
you
this
ain't got
situation
5 voting in the top 2 and 7.
is in the Democratic primary. And that, you know,
Or one.
that because of the large number of candidates, we feel we are obligated to provide our membership with some guidance in this situation. Now, whether we come out with an outright endorsement or not, I'm not too sure. Perhaps we ought to list them 1, 2, as somebody said here. But I really think that we are obligated to make some kind of a recommendation back to this convention to give. A lot of folks are looking to us now. We've been in this thing for a while, and we've got them pretty well trained to wait for us to make a decision.
Well,
Let me say something, please, sir. This
Yeah.
is not gonna be fair if you don't divide those top 2 by 5 and the bottom 2 by 7.
Right.
Because now that doesn't look right to get your average.
Yeah, because you see, there's 2 didn't
Two
vote on
didn't
the
vote
Republican,
in the
so they wasn't here for the
Republican.
interview. So you'd have to divide that top figure by 5 and the bottom of 2 figures by 7 to give you an average.
Okay, all right.
See, Lewis and Cecil wasn't here when we interviewed the 2 Republicans.
Right.
It's got 5 and.
But everybody voted on Democrats and they gave
Right.
one.
I'm telling you, for both of them Republicans come in
Between
here
Dan
and want our
and
support,
Waller, we got
the
one-
first
one
time ever,
vote different.
I think would be absolutely stupid for political reasons in the near future.
It ain't the first time ever, Russell. We even voted to support Rubel Phillips when he ran for governor. He was a Republican.
Chances of elections, just
Well, he's the only one ever.
Pickett ain't close.
Yes,
Okay.
there is. Now, this-
Well, we had
these
2
things
of them
don't
today,
compare to
James.
these,
I
because
agree.
they voted on this.
And if we don't take a
Fine,
position in that
vote up
thing,
there.
they're not coming back.
I don't know if we will or not, it depends.
They did anyway.
Huh?
Well,
Yeah, these again later on.
They said they was. They said we did. You gonna kill us already?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Too short here.
Maybe we've been here too long. Maybe we're
Well,
not,
come on.
maybe we're too petered out here to deal with this
Chances of
thing,
13,
as we
Hey.
should. I don't know.
26, and 25.
Wow.
Well, I see
I
it's
think
too
that,
short, too
huh?
short up there, too short up here and in both of these.
2 didn't vote on the top 2,
5,
Cecil and
5.
Lewis.
So that's.
So
So
you
they're
could
total
probably
bit a little
run that up
higher.
to 20.
Yeah, it'd run up.
Yeah, it'd run
that
up to
higher or
20.
higher.
It'd run on up there to 15 or 20, against 25, 26.
I can hardly
But
get-
one thing you gotta realize is, there ain't none of us the experts on who's gotta change the election. That's all a guess on our part.
Or who's financing?
That ain't scientific at all.
Well, what is?
Unless you consider yourself an expert, and I